_POV Ashton_. So, what exactly is the deal with this spear? It seems to be just normal. I tapped my finger on its sharp, pointed tip. It wasn't able to penetrate the defenses of my Nen. It even cracked a bit. While I was looking at the spear and studying it, these guys actually managed to kill 2 of my clones. The fact that they use Nen seems to be what is making them win. When using Gyo, I can see that there is a strange aura powering them up. Just like Kurapika and the princes described during the meeting. This doesn't look in any way natural, so I guess this further confirms what we concluded during the meeting. Another person charged me. He was carrying a katana. Just as I was about to throw the broken spear his way, a ball and chain cut me off. I gained the same sense of danger, but this time, I forced my body not to respond. I just used Ten and tried to block the hit. I let it hit my side, and, to my surprise, it actually went right through my Ten and cracked a few ribs. It didn't manage to move me from my place. This leads me to believe one thing. This strange aura allowed them to ignore any Nen defenses. Odd. So odd. This is the first time I've seen something like this. The wounds aren't really important, they are already rapidly healing. The man with the ball and chain looked a bit shocked as I grabbed his weapon with my arm. He tried to yank me towards the katana-wielding attacker. For some strange reason, I can't use Nen on that one hand at all. That strange aura has entered my arm somewhat and seems to be hindering my aura nodes. This is strange, but even if I can't use Nen, my physical strength isn't something they can overcome. I pulled him towards me violently. By the time he let go of his part of the chain he was already rapidly slingshooting towards me. I cocked my fist backwards and punched his face as he passed by my side. His head burst like watermelon and pieces of his skull hit the katana wielder like shrapnel from a frag grenade. He was also blown backwards as if hit by a shotgun shell. It was a gruesome sight, but I felt like punishing him a bit. I don't really appreciate being injured, even if I allowed it to happen. My aura nodes seemed to be able to expel that aura after I let go of the chain. So at least my arm's back to normal. Now, I guess I should take out the rest of them. I muttered as I grabbed the headless body by one leg and threw it towards the people still struggling to fight Kurapika. They were forced to break apart to dodge the cops. They spread out in different directions. Most of them managed to dodge the attack. But one of the attackers was still hit by it, and he was crushed into the wall because of his carelessness. The rest of you can take a break. I looked at all of the servants in the room. Most of them didn't dare to refute me, but Thate did look a bit concerned. I guess she was close enough to hear some of my ribs crack? Oh well, that's already healed. That applies to you too, Kurapika. I stared at the young blonde. He looked at the 3 people that were still facing him. But, instead of retreating behind me like the other servants, he walked towards the door that was their only exit and sat down. He stared at them like a snake staring at mice. Hey, I like this kid's guts. But that's not really necessary. None of them has any chance to escape. There were currently only 14 attackers left alive. A lot of them were injured severely, but they could still move. I want to capture a few of them. I'd quite like to look into this aura that allows them to ignore all Nen defenses. I made a few more clones and watched the attackers struggle. I don't really feel like fighting all that many people right now. It wouldn't be too difficult, but I have no reason to further stain my clothes with their blood. The last attack already dirtied my pristine white coat in a few spots. It took them about 1 minute to break. The clones quickly outnumbered them and overwhelmed them with their physical strength. 4 people were left alive, but just barely. I slowly walked towards 2 of them and opened up my void space. I grabbed them and threw them inside. "What are you going to do to them?" asked Kurapika curiously as he looked at the rest of the corpses. "I need to look into this aura of theirs. I'm sure you've noticed, but it seems to ignore our 10. He just nodded. I wasn't able to tell during the assassination attempt on Oita, but that's just because they hadn't managed to hit me. A few attacks grazed me this time though. Yep, that sounds about right. Oh well, We will have time to look into those things properly. We can interrogate the other two after somewhat treating their injuries. My proposal seemed to be accepted. The servants got to work and also started cleaning up the corpses while I changed my coat and looked around the room for a bit. I didn't immediately return to Mama's. Kurapika himself seemed to want to have a few words with me, although he didn't seem quite proficient in voicing his desires. "What's bothering you, young man? What is on your mind? Is something bothering you?" I asked him as I walked beside him outside of the room and away from the other servants. He didn't specifically ask me to follow him out, but I do still want to clarify things about our relationship. I did go quite the distance for him, and he has yet to show much gratitude. The two of us walked quite a bit. None of us made an effort to start the conversation after my questions. But, eventually, Kurapika stopped. I took a step in front of him and faced him. He stared into my eyes. I could see the color of his eyes slowly fluctuating. "Ashton. Sir, tell me honestly. Were you truly the first customer of the troupe? Were you the one that initially sent them towards the Kurta clan?" "Well, there it is. Here is where I can choose. Do I strengthen my lies once more? Or do I finally try to tell the truth for once? _POV Ashton_. Telling him the entire truth might be a bit self-defeating. So, I'll do something else instead. I won't lie, but I also won't mention how I'm not actually part of the Kurta clan. I mean, genetically, I am a Kurta clan member. So that isn't even technically a lie. Although, it is quite deceptive. You want to learn the truth? I've already told you bits and pieces of it." My cold expression seemed to surprise Kurapika. "No, I can't trust you to tell me the truth." The blond young man gritted his teeth and looked at me with determination. He truly wants to face me, huh? Not only that, it seems that, depending on my answer, he is also prepared to attack me. It seems his sense of self-preservation has been drowned out by hatred and desire for revenge. I hope this conversation will make him wake up to reality. "Since I can't trust you, I will determine whether or not you're lying." His eyes turned scarlet entirely as he took out his dowsing chain. He's going to use his lie detection on me? I can easily bypass that, it won't even affect me. And he should already have that suspicion. So, I'll inform him of it as well. "You do realize I can easily fabricate the truth? I have lived for an inconceivable amount of time. You can already guess that I have a way to overcome such a method of interrogation. Being transparent about this fact might earn me more trust in the long run." Kurapika's scarlet eyes widened a bit. He looked at me as he clenched his fists. "But, I think it's fine if I tell you the truth at this point. I don't have anything to gain from lying at this point. That, in itself, is a lie. I care about his opinion of me, so I'd obviously try to persuade him to not break off all contact with me. What did you even have to gain in the first place? You could have killed the troupe by yourself without any issue." His anger seems to be directed at me, but he seems to be more frustrated than anything. B basically wants to know what my deal is. Why exactly did I even approach him in the first place? A question stirred by the fact that he can't really see any reason for me to do so. But I do have a good answer for that. One that I don't even need to lie about. Redemption. I left that word simmering to his mind for a little bit before continuing. That's what I've been striving for during the past 2 years of my life. I look at my past mistakes and inadequacies with displeasure. So many missed opportunities, so many things ruined. Kurapika seemed quite interested at this point. I am also technically telling him the truth. I'm just not speaking specifically about the Kurta clan. I've been forcing myself away from my old ways. I don't want to be the same disregarding, hateful and unlikable individual. I am sick of it all. Hate is tiring. Ever since I've departed the Dark Continent and learned more about humans, I've been tired all the time. Sure, my disdain for a lot of humans remains intact, but I wish to at least build a relationship with a group of people. It might serve as a bridge for me to stop my hateful charade against people that have nothing to do with any of my hardships. This all started because I was foolish and ignorant enough to blame everything on humanity. I've been doing my best to help people that had helped me or that I had wronged in the past. Not only that, I wanted to see if I could meet new people. Mamas is someone who just happened to show up when I wanted to look for people to befriend. I also ended up getting attached to her, more so than I had thought I ever would. A relationship that never would have happened if I had not forcefully changed my ways. I still have a long road to trek. But, I can at least say that I am not alone. Not this time. I pushed away Netero, I disregarded Zig and Lin. I've killed countless people for no reason whatsoever. Or for insignificant reasons at best. My own hubris is what has ruined many lives, including my own to some extent. Kurapika, I wouldn't bother speaking to you if I truly wanted to throw you away and use you. He looked shocked for a second. I guess it all comes down to that. He felt that my meetings with him were just me trying my best to sway his opinion of him. To make him do something for me. To use him. This is a mindset that a lonely individual will always have. That wariness will always be present. Me, confronting that mindset and refuting it seems to have him at a loss. After all, even if he didn't state it verbally, he definitely would detest the idea of me using him to further my own agenda or to accomplish some kind of goal. Trying to determine whether or not I am truthful seems to not even be an afterthought to him at this point. I can even see him tearing up a bit. I guess he is the emotional type under all those obsessions with revenge. Then. What about the Kurta clan? Were they also a victim of that? Did you truly order the massacre? He seems to have regained his energy on that last word. Obviously, the death of his family would be a sensitive topic. I had never ordered the Phantom Troop to carry out a massacre. I specifically asked for a few pairs of eyes to conduct that experiment. They were the ones that noticed the need for them in the market afterwards. I could see a hint of anger in Kurapika's grief. But that's to be expected. I am still completely at fault for the death of a few members of that clan. Still, he didn't seem to want to fight me anymore. He just fell to the ground and started crying like a small child, which he is. I couldn't do much besides pat him on the back a few times. I really don't even know if such an action would be appreciated in this situation. I hope you understand that I cannot ever forgive you for that. His crying lessened as he slowly started regaining his composure after a minute or two. I never expected you to. But, I've told you before that the Kurta clan would have perished no matter what I did. I also clenched my fist at this point. My frustration is also surfacing. I know. I think I need some time alone. I just raised my hands. I turned around and started walking back towards the room of the princes. I've already spent enough time explaining myself to him. I think the princes woke up due to the conflict anyway, so my efforts to not wake mamas up were in vain. When I walked into the servants' lounge, I could see some of the princes already awake and walking around, including mamas. Ashton, I thought you were sleeping. I couldn't even wake you up. I guess she and the other princes just arrived, as she doesn't know of my participation in this conflict. Well, sorry about that. I left a clone there in my place when I heard the fight. I obviously also helped them. I was off speaking to Kurapika about something. My response made most of the princes just nod. Mamas pouted a bit, but that's nothing new. I called the clone into the room and dissolved it near where the other bodies were gathered. No need to make a mess in the already clean spots. Some of the princes looked a bit disturbed by the way the clone disappeared, leaving a bloody mess behind. Now then, I think it's better for everyone to speak about what has happened and strategize about our next steps. Everyone's attention was fixated on me, as I called for yet another meeting. _POV narration _ The princes all gathered around Ashton. They were all a bit curious about any information he might have about the situation. Ashton looked at them for a second. I guess we should interrogate one of the captives. That was the phrase he started with. Even without that, we can at least be sure that these people were the last on the ship. His confident tone portrayed the message quite well. No one refuted it. This was supposed to be an all-out attack. and I doubt Prince Zhonglei left a lot more people on board of the ship. That still isn't confirmed, however. The best thing to do right now is to interrogate one of the people that survived. Haukenberg was quick to interject. The information they had was just speculation after all, then needed proper assurance that they were no longer in danger while on the ship. It was important for them to know that they could have a safe base of operations before they could start to look for and deal with the rogue prince. Indeed, waiting for them to recover sounds bothersome. How about I just look into their minds for a bit? All of the princes seemed to agree with that proposal. It was the fastest and most efficient way of gaining information from other parties, even if they all found the mind worm that Ashton used to be slightly disgusting. Savanti, Mama's mother, even covered her younger son's eyes while Ashton confidently patted his chest as the servants brought one of the captured assassins to the group. He coughed a few times and out came that strange worm. It opened its small mouth to show the tendrils it had for teeth. Ashton slowly approached the tied-up assassin and placed the worm on his chest. It crawled into the poor man's ear as some of the princes looked away. Fugetsu especially, found this to be extremely horrifying. Her twin sister covered her eyes though. Kacho didn't care as much. She was just glad that they could know for sure whether or not they were safe while on the black whale. All of the princes had been in low spirits and wary ever since the assassinations had started. This information would prove to be a breath of fresh air for them. After a minute, the worm made its way out of the assassin's ear and Ashton picked it up. There was no hint of disgust on his face as he opened his mouth and swallowed it back. Most of the princes grimaced at that scene. Haukenberg, however, didn't find it disgusting, he just found that ability interesting. He had seen it once before after all, there was no need to be disgusted by it at that point. The worm vanished as soon as it passed Ashton's neck, and the information and memories it had collected were transmitted to his mind. Interesting, he muttered as he sorted through the new information that flooded his mind. Well, fortunately, or unfortunately depending on how you look at it, Zhonglei has long since taken his men and fled the black whale. These men were all that was left on the ship. Ashton's words brought instant relief to all of the listeners. But Mamas and Haukenberg still looked a bit grim in expression. That means that he can be anywhere, Mamas muttered as the rest of the princes were also brought back to the reality of the situation. Zhonglei not being on the ship was the most likely possibility, but it was also the worst for them. How exactly would someone go about finding a single person on an entire continent? There is no confirmation about his location in this assassin's memories. But we know that Zhonglei left soon after the second city was built. They at least had some clues. But nothing concrete and a lot of searching and groundwork needed to be done. Would he be living in it? Maybe in close proximity? He asked in a hopeful tone. Nothing can be too certain right now. Finding him will take a while. But one thing's for sure. As long as he is alive, none of you is truly safe, Ashton said as he looked at the assassin laying on the ground. It was unknown whether or not he would ever wake up. Ashton just told the servants to take him somewhere to finish him. So, what are we supposed to do now? We have nothing to go on? Well, I guess we could start looking for him in the second city, but that would be gambling with our lives. Kacho voiced everyone's concerns quite eloquently. They were all reluctant to leave the ship, well, with the exception of two of them. Haukenberg and Mamas were both courageous individuals, to varying degrees of course. But they were both determined to make sure none of their siblings would be in any further danger. Well, as we are now, finding them would take a long time. Using princes as bait might also not work at all after he finds that I'm also in the picture. Ashton was still rationally analyzing the situation. Had this been in the past, he wouldn't have bothered with any of this. But, he couldn't really turn his back on Momza and the other princes. He didn't really care about any of them as much as he did for Mamas, but disregarding them would just mean that he hadn't changed in any way. And that, in itself was a lot more troubling than any issue Zhonglei could pose to the old hunter. Well, there is no need for any of us to do anything. Ashton finally decided to lay out his plan in front of everybody. "Are you suggesting we just wait on the ship? Zhonglei does want to kill us, so if we never go to shore, he'll be forced to come to us." Halkenberg's suggestion made all of the princes relieved. That can be one part. But there is also a way to track your half-sibling. The current chairman of the Hunter Association, as well as every member of the Zodiacs, owe me quite a few favors, Ashton said with a small smirk. "I believe putting them to work a bit wouldn't be that bad. They can easily find and apprehend Zhonglei for us." Ashton's plan sounded quite good to the princes. But Mama's was quite disappointed. "In the end, you're still doing most things by yourself," was the thought going through her mind. But she also knew that this was the best course of action they had. She could only grit her teeth and keep thinking of a way that she could assist Ashton. She had no way of knowing that these things mattered little to Ashton. He wasn't planning on using those favors on anything anyway, so why not use them now? He didn't consider this a bad thing. In his eyes, Mamas didn't need to be useful to him. There was no such thing as a purpose for a friend. So, things remained as such. The princes wouldn't leave the Black Whale, and Ashton would contact the Zodiacs to ask them to look for Zhonglei _POV Ashton_. 2 weeks have passed since the assassins attempted to, well, assassinate people. I've been mainly spending my time speaking to Mamas and Pedo. I can't really forget about her training so quickly. Kurapika hasn't gotten back to me yet about accepting my explanation, but I can assume that he will be able to forgive me at some point. At least now he has some perspective from my side. Well, I doubt he will ever be able to forget about my ties to his clan's murder. Well, I guess it's our clan's murder now. Calling myself a member of the Kurta clan isn't wrong after all. I am one, biologically at the very least. I've already contacted Cheetah and told her about the prince's situation. She seemed to be aware of some things due to Kurapika being present, but she didn't know of the latest developments. I informed her of Zhonglei's actions and the danger he posed to this entire expedition and the rest of the Kakan Empire. She agreed to look for him before I even asked her to. So I don't even know if that counts as using up a favor. But I guess that doesn't matter at this point. She was happy to hear about me helping the Kakan Empire. I think she didn't quite like my outburst against the V5 representative that happened during that meeting though. I think it has somewhat strained the relationship that they had with the association. But it seems she doesn't really hold it against me. I guess I wasn't the only one that found their terms to be unfair. Well, calling them unfair is a bit of an understatement. They were downright offensive. I kinda understand why they decided to do that through a monitor. I would have killed someone that brought me a proposition like that if they were in front of me. Still, Cheetah at least understood that the matter wasn't only my fault. Although I could have chosen more cordial ways of refusing that proposal. Currently, they haven't really found anything about Zhonglei. But, from my understanding, one of the Zodiac members has the ability to communicate with birds. So it's only a matter of time before she finds them. But it's at least confirmed that they aren't anywhere in the 3 cities that were built by the expedition. Halkenberg has also been trying his best to manage the ship. I think he is actually the best fit to become a king out of all of his siblings. Mamas also seems to think the same, but it won't be easy to sway everyone into believing so. Now, a few problems that the Kakan Empire is facing became apparent after a few talks with Halkenberg. Having contrarians to a new law isn't something unexpected, especially when the older law is more of an inherent tradition. But when the tradition involves the royal family cannibalizing itself, a change is to be appreciated. Many regular citizens actually love this new law, as it gives some power to them. Having the citizens have more strength has somewhat decentralized the power dynamic in the country, with the vast majority of nobles taking a negative standpoint towards the new law. They formed what can essentially be called political parties to rally against the royal family. They clearly didn't appreciate the sudden change in the inheritance law. They call it a gross disrespect to our ancestry. But I find their way of clinging to flawed old traditions to be quite pathetic. The parties that oppose the new inheritance law are quite looking for a way to undermine it. Apparently, they are trying to look for any illegitimate children that the old king might have had. And, honestly, I highly doubt there are any. The old king pig didn't seem to have any qualms marrying anything that caught his fancy, seeing as he's got over a dozen legitimate children. So that's a waste of time on their part. The king wouldn't have had any qualms involving illegitimate children in the succession war. Still, Halkenberg is the only person among the still living brothers that kept in touch with the kingdom's issues and affairs. He's been looking for ways to pacify these nobles, as to avoid an armed uprising. Many loyalist soldiers would also be in favor of the old ways too, since many of them were indoctrinated into believing that the succession war is a tradition and duty of the royal family. Basically, the ending of the succession war and the undoing of that law and tradition has inadvertently led to a possible civil war or military coup to occur in the Khakan Empire. The V5 are obviously not going to stay silent. They will 100% take advantage of the weakened Khakan Empire to avoid them ever joining the group and renaming it to the V6 again. But, I don't really plan on getting further involved in the Khakan Empire's matters. I will only step in if I need to protect mamas, like, from an assassin or something, but I won't act towards the whole war. Well, I might not even need to protect mamas myself. That Nen beast has been doing a damn fine job of that. The Nen users among the servants can all see it too. They did have questions about it at first. But Kurapika theorized that it was likely sent by me, and he was right. It was fun hearing about their panic over an unknown Nen beast suddenly protecting one of the princes. They were obviously relieved to hear my confirmation about the Nen beast being mine. Mamas was also quite flattered. I have yet to introduce anyone to Pito though. And I think that I maybe should, because she needs to spend more time outside my void space to train. I also want her to hunt down the land lizard the next time we go to this new continent. And to achieve that, I'll have to spar with her a bit. She needs quite a bit of experience if she wants to learn how to fight properly. Well, I still have quite a bit of time on my hands. I've also managed to look into that strange aura from the 2 assassins that I tossed into my void space. I have yet to find much on it. But I did realize that it seems to react to and counter Nen. But the actual users of it are still capable of using Nen. This aura also seems to grant them different abilities. I hadn't seen any of them used while in the fight, but one of these 2 seems to be able to swap the location of 2 things he's touched. And the other can create a certain chemical reaction when touching any body of water. It seems he can boil and evaporate it almost instantly. Didn't work when I took him for a swim in the ocean. I think that some of the assassins did use their abilities. I just perceived them as Hatsu at the time and ignored them. This strange aura is kinda hard to look into, but I think Zhonglei himself might have some information to sate my curiosity. So I'll look for him at some point. Or maybe the Zodiacs will deliver him to me. They can't really kill a prince after all. Well, that's about all that has been happening in the last 2 weeks. Currently, I plan on taking Pito out and training her a bit. I'm sure she'll appreciate that after her loss to the land lizard. I hope she is eager. This training will be quite a bit more different. _POV narration_. Ashton hovered underneath the clouds, moving slowly as his eyes tracked his target perfectly. But he decided to take a different approach after a few minutes of flying about. He slowly landed on one of the nearby buildings. He observed the man with the strange aura as he leapt from roof to roof. Eventually, the target left the city premises and Ashton started following him from the top of the trees. The branches he stepped on didn't even move slightly, the leaves he passed by remained motionless as well. The wind itself seemed to not want to touch Ashton. A perfectly executed stealth technique. It had been a long time since the old hunter had used said technique, but Zig had made sure to beat it into him. It was more of an instinct now. It was a bit dulled, but coupled with the ring of the wolf and his perfect zetsu, it was almost as if he didn't even exist. Almost being the key word there. Still, there was no way for the soldier that was being tracked to even begin to notice his presence. Each step he took he made to match the target's pacing and directions. staying only a few steps behind him at all times. Ashton followed that man for at least 2 hours. The target took many turns and seemed to be walking around the forest in strange patterns, but also not circling in place. It was a way to get rid of any prospective followers. After all, by now Zhang Lei definitely knew that he was a wanted man. As long as his half-siblings were alive, he would keep being one too. Currently, Zhang Lei was planning on a way to use his assets properly. He wasn't scared of the Hunter Association at all. He, after all, had a few aces up his sleeve. Even if all else failed, he could bank on the fact that he was still a prince of the Khakan Empire. The association wouldn't kill him, and he was sure that his siblings also wouldn't have the guts to kill him. Much like the way they were only keeping Camilla as a captive, Zhang Lei was extremely confident in himself and the people he handpicked. He had no way of expecting that the carelessness and lack of perception of one of his trusted subordinates would be bringing a swift end to their entire operations. _POV Ashton_. This person is certainly skilled in getting rid of any tails. But it's certainly not enough to confuse an assassin of the same caliber as the Zoldyck family ones. Now, I may not be the best at tracking, but I am still quite skilled, and tracking the movements of beasts is actually something I am extremely good at. Humans are a bit trickier because of tactics like the ones this person is using, but as long as I keep a constant eye on him, nothing can go wrong. He's been moving at an extremely quick pace. I can say with certainty that this person is faster than most of the member of the Phantom Troop, just from his movements in these forests. Eventually, though, this man reached a mountainside. He looked at it for a second, before slowly walking to a side and pressing some type of switch. A stone seemed to be lifted by some sort of inner mechanism, revealing the entrance to some type of cave. I couldn't help my smile when seeing it, but I still need to proceed with caution. I can't have them noticing me too early. What if they escaped or something? That's unlikely, but still. They certainly have more than one exit to their secret hideout. It would be foolish to assume otherwise. I could see the man that I had followed about to enter a cave, when someone shouted, "You've been followed, you idiot." The stone door quickly started closing, and I was forced to dash into the hideout at the same time as my target did. I don't really want to run the risk of ruining the entire cave by blowing open the entrance assuming it won't open again. As I entered, I sharpened my nails and plunged my hand into the man's side. I completely avoided touching any ribs, but my sharp nails scraped by the underside of his lungs as I pulled his heart out. The man looked at me with wide eyes. I could easily see his fear. His mouth wide as he struggled to gasp for air. He clutched his chest in fear too. I simply patted his shoulder and placed his heart in his mouth, after which I continued walking forwards. I used my superior speed to reach the person that had shouted before. He quickly panicked and tried to punch me, his arm expanding to be the size of my entire body. There was another man beside him, whose aura seemed to be gathered around the eye region. The man with the eyes seems even more afraid than the other guys. I could see him sweating and shaking in fear. The aura in the guy with the large fist is acting strangely. I could see that it was manipulating his vitality and mutating his body in different ways. I easily sidestepped that person's fist and stuck my nails into his jaw, going right through it and stabbing his brain out. After which, I picked up a piece of his skull and threw it through the head of the eye ability user. I certainly wasn't expecting anyone to be able to spot me, but I guess the one with the eye ability was able to see through the only weakness my stealth has. That being the fact that I can't really hide my vitality all that well. Some beasts in the Dark Continent can also sense vitality. I didn't run into any of them during my stay there. That place is massive, running into everything is impossible. But I didn't. A human would ever have that ability. Well, that aura seemed to have given him the ability to do so, obviously. I must have looked like a monster that came straight out of his nightmares with the amount of life force I had. The other one seemed to be able to manipulate his own vitality and transform his body momentarily. I could see his arm slowly return to its normal size after his death. These abilities are looking more and more interesting. Also, I can now assume that they know of my arrival. And these people should be decently strong. I'm pretty sure the vitality manipulating guy I just killed was stronger than most of the Zodiacs. Still, I wonder how Zhonglei is going to respond to our happy reunion. _POV narration _ So, who do you want to introduce to me? Asked Mamiz with a curious tone. Ashton had dropped by her room to speak a bit, and he mentioned that he wanted to introduce her to someone important. Just someone that has accompanied me during the expedition. Figured a formal introduction between you two wouldn't hurt. Ashton's voice was calm, soothing. But Mamiz still found the situation a bit strange. She had thought that Ashton had gone to the Dark Continent by himself. She had even spoken to the chairman of the Hunter Association to inquire about that. Well, she needed to ask through Kurapika, as Cheadle wasn't quite willing to give out much information about Ashton and his whereabouts. Someone that accompanied you? Well, where are they? Ashton had still entered her room by himself after all. Ashton just smiled and ripped space open with his hands. He stuck his hand into the small void he had created and pulled Pito out by the tail. Hey! I told you not to grab my tail. Pito obviously started complaining as she scratched Ashton's arm. Unsuccessfully. He just dropped her on the ground and smiled. This here is Pito. She's been my disciple for a while now. I am actually going to be training her soon. Mamiz was quite surprised by what she was seeing. She hadn't considered Ashton to be the type to take in companions. Something else was also welling up inside her mind. She hadn't really expected Ashton's companion to be a woman. Well, Pito didn't look human, so that at least calmed Mamiz down a bit. Her jealousy was still apparent to the old hunter though. Pito. This is Mamiz, someone I care about a lot. Ashton obviously decided to ignore the jealousy. Pito just nodded after getting up from the ground. Oh yeah. The princess. Pito was quite surprised herself. She hadn't expected Ashton to just suddenly make her meet a princess. She had learned about Mamiz from a few conversations that they had during the weeks spent in random caves across the Dark Continent. After all, when speaking about the events on the Black Whale, it was impossible for Ashton not to mention Mamiz. It's great to finally meet you. Pito walked over and grasped Mamiz's hands. She didn't really have much of a notion of private space, as Ashton didn't really care enough to teach her that. It's great to meet you too. Does Ashton speak about me often? She asked while giving the man in question a sideways glance. Ashton responded with a simple smile. He let the two of them talk for a bit as he pondered on a good method to train Pito. There wasn't really that much pondering to do. He had an idea of how this training program would be structured. I'll just drop her off on the other edge of the continent and tell her to make her way towards the first city built by humanity. After all, if Ashton always hovered over Pito and protected her, she wouldn't get too far. He was well aware of that fact. Besides, he considered Pito strong enough to be let to wander on her own. Mamiz and Pito spend around 15 minutes speaking, with Ashton just observing them and sometimes interjecting in to defend himself from time to time. The subject of their conversation varied, but it usually involved Ashton to some extent. And it wasn't always talking about his positive. Mamiz was quite pleased to hear that Ashton concentrated more on his research than on spending time with Pito at some point. It greatly lessened her jealousy. But they knew that they couldn't speak forever. Ashton had made it quite clear that he had plans for Pito afterwards. This has been a pleasant conversation, Pito, Mamiz said with a smile. The Chimera Ant also smiled widely. Yeah. It's been nice. She didn't have the same eloquence in her speech that Mamiz had. But she still had her own dignified way of responding from time to time, probably taken from the books she read. Well, we'll be off for now. I might be missing for a day or two. But you've got the Nen beast to protect you, so there's no need to worry about that. Ashton also waved goodbye as he walked out of the room with Pito. Mamiz was left quite pleased with the encounter and happy for the fact that Ashton had decided to introduce her to someone close to him. She would go on to spend the rest of her day with a smile on her lips and a bit of curiosity about where the two of them were headed. _POV Ashton_. So where are we going? Asked Pito as we left Mama's room. I've yet to tell her about the training. I want it to be more of a surprise. That, my dear, is something you will find out shortly. I opened up my void space and beckoned her to enter. She just raised an eyebrow and walked in, not bothering to refute me. She'll have time to complain in a second for her anyway, when I take her out. I managed to reach the top of the ship quite quickly. I took off using explosions to blast myself towards the continent. This trip might take me a few hours, as it's basically crossing a continent about the size of the rest of Lake Mobius, but I can manage. In the end, it only took me about 7 hours. Time I spent just observing the forests and finding a drop-off spot. I obviously chose the shore on the other side of the continent, compared to the cities that are basically the finish line. I wasn't able to see the land lizard anywhere in my journey, so it might be hiding inside the ground in another part of the continent. I reached the shore and landed on the sand. The shockwave of my landing raised quite the dust cloud and scared off most of the wildlife nearby. I quickly took Pito out as I looked around and surveyed the shores. It is currently still early in the evening, so the sun has yet to set. Pito looked around curiously. "Where are we?" she asked with a finger in her mouth. "Just a special place for your training. This is the continent in which you lost to the land lizard." She widened her eyes a bit. "Are we training here? I guess the place is open enough," she said as she looked at the ocean. "Oh, yes. About that. You are going to be surviving out here by yourself." She snapped her head at me with a confused look. "What? Wasn't this supposed to be combat training?" It seems this has really caught her off guard. "It is. Your task is quite simple. You have 3 months to hunt down the land lizard and to return to one of the human cities." I put my fist on her forehead and I used ring stamp on her forehead. "I do need to know when she gets to the city after all. But I'm not strong enough to take it out yet." "Well, get stronger. Or fight smarter. Try to look for a weakness and exploit it. You are not allowed to use the wings of Icarus for travel, by the way. If I allowed her to use them, she'd be able to cross the continent in a day or two, and that would make this training quite useless. I would confiscate the relic, but I will leave it to her in case of emergency." "But what about food and shelter? Geez. Did I spoil her too much?" "There are animals in the forest, and the ground is soft in some parts. Good luck." She wanted to continue arguing with me, but I'm not going to listen anymore. I jumped into the air and started flying off. I'm taking the direction of the cities, and purposefully flying slower to give her a hint about where she needs to go. Whether she picks this up or not, that's also going to serve as a learning experience for her. I used my explosions to a great extent before arriving near the third city, but then turned to using wind aspect to minimize the sound. Especially since it was already midnight. The deserted streets gave the city a strange feel. I guess curfew was made for all of the human establishments. But I spied something strange with my little eyes. I used Yo almost instantly. I looked down. I could see a man wandering in between the blocks and buildings, stumbling into the alleyways. I could see it inside him, even from this distance. That strange aura that some would mistake for Nen was clearly present in him. I almost couldn't help the smile that reached my lips. I silently followed that person from then on. This night might be quite a bit more interesting than I had assumed. _POV narration _ The guard's struggle against Ashton didn't go unnoticed. The sounds of their panic echoed throughout the cave and immediately alerted the rest of the people inside. Zhonglei was one of the few people that remained calm. He didn't know who the intruders were, but he knew that he had enough manpower to take down the entire Hunter Association that was present on the continent. Simply put, he was confident in the ability of his men. A bit too confident perhaps. He didn't really think that his hideout would be found, but he figured that the Nen users of the association must have had some special means to locate him. It wasn't far-fetched. Zhonglei knew quite a bit about Nen and its boundless potential. But he considered the aura to be superior to the Nen that the hunters used. Zhonglei's Nen beast was an odd one. It had the appearance of a large coin with a face. Its abilities were mostly unknown at first, but it could spit out a coin daily. The prince believed that they could be exchanged for powers when they were inserted back into the beast's mouth. He also believed that the abilities would only come into play after he ascended to the throne of the Kakan Empire. Well, he wasn't entirely right. One day, while on the Black Whale, his guardian Nen beast had reappeared. Zhonglei hadn't expected such a thing to happen. It seemed that his guardian Nen beast remained in existence because the coins it was handing out were still circulating. And, it had actually started speaking to him. It had told him of the ways to use said coins. It told him of how he could build an army of powerful fighters, all using the aura that the coins provided. The Nen beast called it Shakti and it claimed to be superior in all aspects to Nen. It taught Zhonglei how to muster and train that energy, which he proceeded to use to entice all of the soldiers that were currently working under him. That coupled with the abilities that the coins provided, well, it gave Zhonglei a private army, one powerful enough to give him confidence. He left the Black Whale because his Nen beast told him to, but he still wanted to get rid of his siblings, so he left a few of his soldiers there. They weren't the strongest of the bunch, but he knew that there shouldn't have been anyone capable of taking all of them down inside the ship. Well, that was until he lost all contact with them, and he got wind of the fact that the Hunter Association was after him. But Zhonglei wasn't all that worried. Although his Nen beast kept beckoning him to leave the continent, he found it quite foolish when taking into consideration the power he had amassed. Why retreat when you're winning? Was his philosophy. He paid no mind to the numerous screams and shouts that echoed throughout the cave. He had no way of knowing that they were the cries of his own men. But he did decide to act. He didn't want all of his strong subordinates to be attacked one by one. Through the ability of one of his trusted commanders, he telepathically told his soldiers to gather in one place. After which, he and his commanders also started heading for that same place. Zhonglei still wanted to see which members of the Hunter Association were sent after him. _POV Ashton_. Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many people. I already came by at least 16 different people. And my senses are telling me that there are at least 50 more in these caverns. And a few seem to be a lot stronger than the rest. I think I can also sense Zhonglei among them. He seems to have the most special aura inside his body. To my surprise, it seems that none of them is retreating. They all seem to be gathering in one large open section of the cave. Which makes it all the better for me. I don't have to walk around too much, I can just walk towards them. Although, I will be putting on my relics, just in case. I don't really know the scope of this strange aura, and I'd much rather not stupidly endanger myself. I wore my Greaves Windwalker boots, and my gauntlets, the gauntlets of Nath. The silver shine of the gauntlets seemed to light up the cave around me. The gauntlets weren't anything special in looks, they were just medieval hand armor that seemed to have a coat of white paint on them. The only difference is that the fingers were all pointed. I walked slowly while navigating the cave system, all until I reached the entrance of that large room. I walked in, there were torches lining the walls, this time, they were all lit, and I could clearly see the people gathered in that room. They all seemed to be prepared for battle, their weapons grasped in their hands as they all looked directly at him. Who might you be? Zhonglei was the first one to open his mouth. I guess he hasn't been around me long enough to recognize me as I am now. Still, he looks quite irritated right now. Where are the other attackers? He asked while looking at the tunnel I had come out of. How hurtful. I thought you'd be happy to see me, Zhonglei, I said with a smile as I took a step closer to them. I could see the soldiers all taking their stances. Now, no need for all of you to be so rigid. I only came here for Zhonglei. That's a lie, but I do want to see how they will react later after I finish beating them up. Is their loyalty affected by that aura? Or will they forsake their allegiances in order to run away? Don't joke around. He's only one man. Lucky he even made it this far. Wow, they clearly didn't see the state of the people that I ran into. If they did, they wouldn't be this composed. I slowly crouched down and stuck my gauntleted hand into the ground, picking up a small piece of it and infusing it with my parasitic explosion. I infused it to the point where I couldn't even see the stone when using Gyo. It was completely covered inside and outside. The accumulated aura became blood red as I prepared to throw it. They can treat this as a formal greeting of sorts. Only the people that will survive this will get the chance to fight me properly. _POV narration _ Catch. Ashton lazily threw the stone right in the middle of the group. The soldiers looked confused for a second. One of their gunmen was already aiming for Ashton's head. But he didn't get to pull the trigger to his rifle. A large explosion engulfed the lot of them, shaking the entire cave and shattering the ground underneath them. All of the people in the cave were caught in the explosion. Ashton was obviously unaffected. Zhonglei had been protected by 3 of his men. They had shielded him with their bodies. The only thought in his head is, what the fuck? All of his previous grace was lost in front of a threat he could barely comprehend. Well over 30 of his men were instantly killed in the explosion, the ones closer to the center of the group mainly. But all of them were injured, all to varying degrees of seriousity. Some were missing limbs, some had third-degree burns all over their bodies. Overall, only 7 people were still able to keep standing up, and one of them was missing a hand. Zhonglei looked on, horrified, as the soldiers he had nurtured were all taken out instantly. I guess no one was good enough, huh? Well, I guess some were lucky. Zhonglei could hear Ashton's mutters as he looked at the remains of his previous small army. Get it out. Now! Zhonglei shouted immediately, calling for their trump card as soon as possible to come out as soon as possible. One of the soldiers quickly ran off, earning a raised eyebrow from Ashton. But he didn't react yet. He wanted to see what exactly Zhonglei had up his sleeve. He heard a simple shout from the corridor that the soldier had run in. Then a blood-curdling scream. Then, half of a body was thrown back into the open room with great force. It stuck to one of the walls on the other side. Ashton just smiled. Finally, something interesting showed up. _POV Ashton _ I certainly wasn't expecting to ever see that face again. Even if it's horribly mutated and stitched together with staples. The captain of the royal guards is someone I almost completely forgot about. I think the other princes did too. He was declared clinically dead by the medics the last time I heard of it. That was not long before I departed for the Dark Continent with the expedition team. Well, he wasn't actually dead. His body was in good shape. But his mind was dead. There was no trace of him left in there. The mind crawler really did a number on him. Now, he looks quite a bit different. I don't really know what happened, but he seems to have been experimented on quite extensively. One of his hands seems to resemble that of a lion but is strangely human. The fur and claws are what makes it strange. He also seems to have the stinger of a scorpion on his upper back. I'm assuming it is quite poisonous too. His lower jaw seems to have been replaced with something resembling that of a boar. His canines are large and pointed upwards. He also seems to have bull horns. His entire body is filled with both Nen and that strange energy every subordinate of Zhonglei is using. Whose toy might this be? I asked with a small smile. It seemed to irritate one of Zhonglei's followers, a man that had managed to jump backwards in time to avoid dying to my explosion. He only got severely burned. You can gloat all you want. But that beast is something that you will never be able to beat. He seems to be quite proud of his words. I'm guessing this little science experiment is his work then. Really, this looks like something that someone who has just started experimenting with gene splicing would attempt to create out of boredom. It's not even impressive. What is actually threatening about it is the amount of Nen and aura in its body. It is certainly much larger than any human I've ever seen. It's actually comparable to how I was before I sacrificed my life force to gain more strength and Nen. And that is not something that can be belittled. I admit that this thing doesn't look like a pleasant time. But the work done on him looks quite sloppy. The only things making him strong are his Nen and that strange aura you keep giving your subordinates, I said while staring at the nervous Zhonglei. He was breathing heavily and looking at me with hate. Then he smirked and responded. That aura is called Shakti and it much stronger than the Nenu hunters use so much. His smile was filled with so much disdain and arrogance. It's almost funny really. As for his claim of this energy being stronger, it does look stronger at the base. But it seems to be quite inflexible. From what I've seen, a person can't really create anything with it. They can just use it and the ability they gained alongside it. So, Nen still remains the strongest. A powerful Nen ability can easily dwarf whatever little trick this Shakti can pull off. This person was formerly the captain of the Royal Guards. You may wonder what his current state represents. I could clearly see the way Zhonglei's confidence grew. The way he is now, he has become much stronger than any human could ever hope to. He only listens to my commands, so don't think you can confuse it. Why is he talking so much? I could see the other people that were still conscious and capable of moving all stood behind Zhonglei as he confidently started spouting bullshit in my general direction. I've been waiting for him to send his toy over. I want them to make the first move. A counter is an advantageous position to start a fight with. But it seems that he has something else in mind. Now, that we've made the situation clear, how about I give you a way out? Would you like to join me? You will swear your loyalty to me and serve me in exchange for your life. Ooh, I get it. That was so predictable that I thought it impossible to actually happen. It seems I really overestimated his intelligence. I just killed almost all of his men. And he thinks I'd suddenly have a change of heart and join him out of fear? That's just foolish. _POV narration _ Ashton raised an eyebrow at the prince's question. Then the corners of his mouth raised themselves a bit. A small snicker escaped his lips, which caused the prince to turn his previous confidence into irritation. I get that the strong are prideful. But this isn't a time to showcase that arrogance. You are in actual danger here. Zhonglei thought that Ashton's confidence and disdain was just arrogance. And, from his point of view, he was right to believe so. But Ashton's laughter wasn't mocking, it wasn't meant to poke fun at either the prince or the beast that he was about to be facing. It was just that, he found it amusing. He found the entire situation to be amusing. He hadn't expected Zhonglei to actually try to invite him over. Even more, he was actually supposed to be threatened by someone just because they had a bit of Nen? That wasn't how the world worked. The beast was still brainless, and it had no idea how to use that power. But then it clicked to him. Zhonglei had yet to even recognize Ashton. And he found it to be even more amusing. Ashton changed a bit, but he was still the man that had once saved Zhonglei's life. So, his inability to recognize the young-looking hunter was quite amusing. But it also showed Ashton something else. It made him think a bit. This person was clearly never worth saving. I guess I can right that wrong while I am here. Well, I might take him to his siblings first. But I'll still kill him. There is no escape for him now. Ungrateful people weren't individuals that Ashton wanted to ever extend a helping hand towards. He had once graced Zhonglei and had saved his life. But now that act was answered with hostility. So, Ashton decided to stop playing around for a bit. You know, for all of your cunning, you seem to have missed the point in this situation. Your first mistake. As his words started leaving his mouth, he appeared right in front of the ravenous beast that was formerly the captain of the Royal Guards. Was you forgetting who I am? The beast tried to smash down its fists on top of Ashton's head. Ashton looked at them with disregard. Yet, some surprise was still present in Ashton's deadpan gaze. The beast was certainly fast. But it was also not intelligent enough to use its strength properly. A thick barrier of Nen and Shakti was protecting its entire body. But, when Ashton looked at it, all he could think was, sloppy. The Nen and Shakti that protected the beast instinctively was nothing more than a silk blanket for someone as skilled as Ashton. He concentrated his aura into his gloves and simply sliced in the air twice. Before the beast was even able to register what had happened, its hands fell limply on the floor. Zhonglei looked at the scene in horror. He couldn't even follow it with his eyes. But it wasn't over yet. The second one. He kicked the beast in the abdomen. It was sent flying like a bullet leaving the barrel. The beast was nailed into a wall of a cave. The entire cave shook and the walls cracked at the impact of the kick. Was considering me a regular human. The beast was quickly regenerating its injuries. That was the ability it had gotten out of the coin it had traded with Zhonglei's guardian Nen beast. Instantly, some of its Shakti was depleted as his arms grew back, and its internal injuries fixed themselves. Of course, it's never this easy, Ashton thought as he looked at the beast with a squinted eye. By this point, Zhonglei was almost pissing himself. He hadn't expected their intruder to ever be able to even endanger his strongest creation. But there it was, crushed into a wall and regenerating its injuries. He gulped as he looked closely at Ashton's face. Then, finally, it clicked for him. _POV narration _ The people inside the cave were watching the spectacle in front of them with horror. They looked as Ashton repeatedly dismembered and played around with a being they thought to be at the very pinnacle of strength. It had only been 1 minute, yet it felt like an eternity for Zhonglei. He watched his greatest creation and soldier become someone else's toy. The scientist that had made the body modifications looked at Ashton with both anger and fear. The rest were just shaking in their boots. As if it wasn't bad enough that almost all of their members were either dismembered and killed. Now they would also have to die. All of them now regretted their decision to follow Zhonglei. The promise of power was simply too strong a temptation in their eyes. Yet, that power seemed to be effective against the opponent they were currently facing. Zhonglei also recognized Ashton eventually. He chastised himself for already forgetting about someone as powerful as Ashton. Even then, Ashton being this powerful was beyond his expectations. As well as him taking a younger appearance. But that revelation didn't change his current situation and predicament. He could do nothing but grit his teeth and look at the situation before them, hoping that Ashton would eventually tire out and the beast would win by default. _POV Ashton _ Shakti, huh? I've never heard of this energy in my life. How exactly would a Nen beast be able to produce a special type of energy that actually suppresses Nen? This is really sketchy, no doubt about it. I've been looking at the way this Shakti reacts within the user. And, unlike Nen, it doesn't seem all that interested in protecting the body. It constantly tries to infect the body of the attacker instead. My hand has lost its ability to use Nen a few times due to that. I've also noticed that Shakti seems to suppress my parasitic Nen. I can't seem to plant it within his body properly. Well, this fight became prolonged like this only due to my curiosity. This thing isn't strong enough to give me this much power. There are barely any reflexes, and even its instincts are extremely dull. I think every member of the Zodiacs could have actually dealt with this thing. Well, maybe not. The Nen around its body is quite thick, even if not intentionally. But it still wouldn't be able to kill any of them. It would just turn into a stalemate or they'd be forced to capture it. This has been very interesting. I took a step back as I shook the Shakti away from my bloodied hand. It seems to want to repel Nen, but if I let it touch a bit of Nen I can just simply shake it off. It's not even difficult. It would probably be a bit different if it entered the body through a different path. It seems to follow aura nodes and even has the capability of closing them up. I can easily reopen my nodes though. The bottleneck that Shakti creates on aura nodes seems to be artificial, and easy to break through at least for someone with as much aura as me. Still, the process isn't exactly instant. It took me a second to do it properly. So, I've concluded the tests I've done the last 2 minutes coupled with my previous research. Shakti is really the perfect counter to Nen. Almost too perfect. Shakti doesn't seem to act on the will of the owner, it listens to their commands, but it has autonomy. Almost as if it was a living organism. It will seek to disable the aura nodes of any nearby Nen user. So, my earlier question remains. How would a Nen beast be capable of giving this type of power? If this beast in front of me was actually intelligent, it would definitely have a fair chance at defeating me. Extremely educative. I could definitely research more, but doing it on myself sounds quite foolish. I want to see how heavily it can affect an end user. But I don't have any to test this on. For now, I've already deduced enough. What a curiosity. I guess I should see how it reacts to different attacks. I clapped my hands and immediately spread out my Nen. The Shakti seemed to immediately cover the beast's body. My Nen is unable to touch it through that barrier. That's to be expected really. The same can be said for all of the other people in the room, including Zhonglei. It seems the prince's reserve is actually only second to this beast's. Now to test out the next attack. I imbued the earth around me in my Nen, turning the entire cave completely black as I looked the beast square in the eyes. This is obviously nature resonance. I want to see if how Shakti reacts to some of my various special abilities. The beast was already regenerated. It leapt towards me at an impressive speed. I moved the earth underneath me backwards, dodging a downward swipe of the beast's clawed lion arm in the process. The earth cracked a bit, but it wasn't at all shattered like it was supposed to be. That's just because my Nen is currently strengthening the ground. And, to my surprise, Shakti seems unresponsive to the Nen-enhanced earth. I was expecting the energy to try and infect the earth too. But I guess it's not doing any of that. Maybe it could if the user commanded it, but that's not really something I can find out from this adversary. Well, this is actually the only Hatsu I was interested in testing out, to see if it would react to the earth being covered and infused with Nen. And I already have my answers. So, fun time's over. I sent more of my Nen into the ground as I raised one of my fingers and pointed it at the roof of the cave. Following my movement, countless spikes sprawled out of the ground in an arc in front of me. The beast was caught right in the middle, with different-sized spikes penetrating its body and technically impaling it brutally. And, to my surprise, the Shakti inside the beast's body reacted to the earth that had impaled it. It expelled the Nen out, leaving parts of the spikes weak, the parts inside his body, specifically. The beast instinctively flexed its muscles and crumbled all of the spikes that had entered its body. How exactly do I get rid of this thing? I could capture it, but I wouldn't get much with its lacking intelligence. I watched as the beast healed itself again, this time much faster than before. It even made me raise an eyebrow. The beast also sprinted at me as it howled. Its bullhorns were directly pointed at my chest. It seemed to pick up much more speed than before. It certainly took me a while to notice. But this thing has been getting stronger as the battle progressed. And, its Shakti seemed to increase the more it came in contact with my Nen. This reminds me of the Ant King. This means that I need to take out this thing before it becomes uncontrollable. I immediately pulled back all of my Nen, undoing nature resonance and rolling to the side. I managed to avoid the beast's charge as it rushed into one of the walls of the cave. The now regular cave wall couldn't withstand the strength of this beast. It immediately crumbled as the entire cave shook. And I don't think this cave will keep itself up for much longer. I need to act quickly. I dashed towards the prince and grabbed him by the head. He immediately started struggling. His Shakti also tried to enter my body. But I didn't give it much time. I opened up my void space and threw the prince inside. I then removed all of my relics and looked at the wall that the beast had dashed into. It was already coming out, looking blankly around, probably for its master the prince. But that doesn't really matter anymore. I quickly created a clone with Cell Splitter. I made it run away with all of its speed. I waited for exactly 20 seconds, dodging attacks and dancing around the beast. Then, after the clone took a certain distance from this place, then, I spread my Nen around once more, covering the entire cave and imbuing it with my parasitic Nen. After a second, I transferred my consciousness to my clone as I detonated the Nen and blew open the entire cave. Comment. I was now 2 kilometers away from the explosion, and the wind of it almost blew me off my feet. I protected my body from any flying rocks with 10. The explosion was large and loud. It was definitely heard and seen by the nearby city. But it was also necessary. I don't want to have future issues dealing with a beast potentially stronger than me. POV narration _ A large explosion happening in the middle of the night wasn't something the residents of the third city were expecting. The sound made and impact of the blast created an earthquake that shook the entire city. Even the second city, which was much further away, felt a bit of that earthquake. Thankfully, the infrastructure was still new and standing strong. None of the houses or apartment blocks crumbled, although some windows broke, leading to quite a few injuries. The hunters and local soldiers that were acting as guards were left to investigate what exactly had happened in that place. A scouting party approached the large crater that was once a large mountain in the distance of the city. They had moved relatively quickly, reaching the site in about 2 hours. And they were quite shocked by what they saw when arriving there. The heat still radiating off of that large crater was enough to make them all sweat. The way the forest around the crater was still burning, it was a frightful scene. There were few words they could use to describe it. But one of them would be hell. The scorched earth made them fear for their lives. What being is capable of such things? Was the question on everyone's mind. Bada-bai, the dragon of the zodiacs, also made his way to the site to investigate the situation. His reports were quite concerning for the rest of the zodiacs. Such destruction could only be caused by a nuclear weapon. Yet a bombardment of this continent was never announced and would have no rhyme or reason. The V5 wouldn't have acted this hostile openly after all. So what was this? Was another nation testing out its nuclear arsenal on this continent? Or was there some beast at fault for this? Was there something strong enough to create such an explosion? Thankfully, they didn't have to stress themselves for long. Ashton, our friendly neighborhood psychopath, did eventually remember that such an explosion would cause quite a lot of panic. He had to call Cheadle and calm her down. The conversation went somewhat along these lines. Ashton, you can't comprehend how glad I am to hear from you. Cheadles was very relieved to hear from the old scientist. After all, she knew that Ashton might have some information on what the perpetrator might have been. He did have a way of knowing all of the wildlife on the continent after all. And, if no such wildlife was present capable of destruction to this extent, she could safely assume that some other country was involved in the explosion. After which, she'd be able to contact the V5 without any doubts. Yeah. About that. Ashton's response did catch her off guard though. It was quite rare for the old scientist to show that much uncertainty. I may have been responsible for that explosion. His words made Cheadle do a double take as she stared at her desk in shock for a few seconds. What? Why? Do you know how difficult it was to stop the ensuing forest fire? She immediately started scolding Ashton for his irresponsibility. Meanwhile, Ashton was just laying on the grass, with the phone a few dozen centimeters from his ear, looking at the sky with a wry smile. Cheadle kept complaining to Ashton for a while. It was almost as if she had forgotten that he was both monstrously powerful and her elder. But those things mattered quite little to Ashton at this point. The people he considered friends weren't those he was willing to flaunt his authority and strength towards anymore. Cheadle was one such person. Even if the same couldn't be said for all of the other members of the Zodiacs. Except for maybe Kanzai, the tiger had left quite a positive impression on the old scientist. Well, what actually made you do that? What exactly managed to force your hand to that extent? Cheadle had finally calmed down and asked a very pertinent question. She wasn't shocked that Ashton was capable of such a thing. She already knew of his strength. But she needed to know exactly what threat necessitated such swift and decisive action on his part. That, my dear Cheadle, is something I might need to inform all of the Zodiacs of. I will send you some notes soon. They should be able to explain everything, Ashton said as he slowly stood up and stretched a bit, picking up the phone and looking at the screen for a bit. For now though, I'll just tell you to pay attention to any strange energy found within others. It has the potential to end humanity, much like any other calamity before it. Ashton's words rang in Cheadle's ears as her eyes widened in panic. Why, you discovered another calamity? How? Did it take the form of that energy? Cheetah wanted explanations. The idea of yet another calamity was frightful to her. It was also bound to plant fear into the members of the V5. They were already struggling to contain the other 5 calamities. Now, a 6th one apparently spurred up, at least by Ashton's words. I am quite unsure. I have a lot to look into. I will send you my research papers. For now, just know that it is the perfect counter to Nen. Be cautious of it. You will hear from me soon. Ashton ended the call and put his phone in his pocket. He quickly sat back down and took out a small booklet. He neatly started numbering the experiments he did on the special energy called Shakti. How exactly did he conclude that it was a calamity? Well, he didn't really. He wasn't exactly sure. But he was almost 90% sure that it had something to do with the great gods he had seen in the abyss. And the calamities were also technically guardians for the scriptures that said gods left behind. At least some of them were. I and the zombie disease weren't the same. Ashton didn't even consider them calamities. Although, they were classified as such by mankind. That was because Ashton had given the calamities his own definition. Beings that seek to either destroy mankind or protect the sacred site under the command of other beings. The zombie disease was just that, a disease. And it didn't seem to be very efficient in hindering humanity. I was another thing altogether. Ashton started seeing I as something else entirely. And, due to their childlike nature, he decided to title them infant gods. They didn't listen to anyone, they just granted wishes and asked for things in return. The thing they asked for could get quite morbid. But I wasn't really at fault. From Zig's observations, all the way back when Ashton and his group had met I for the first time. It seeks to pry deeply into the human psyche, picking and choosing their fears and worries and turns them into a reality. So, the requests of I were just the fears of others. Said fears were progressively amplified the greater the last wish had been. It was a creepy method. But it didn't outright mean to harm humanity. Now, onto the topic of Shakti and where it originated from. Ashton concluded that the being Zhonglei considered his guardian Nen beast wasn't exactly that. It was likely an impostor. Giving the weak and greedy a promise of strength. The being preyed on the weak and made them stronger. At a price. That price seemed to vary per person, but it was paid in flexibility. They would become stronger on paper. But any Nen user worth his money would be able to take most of them down. The problem was if the Nen user was also infected with Shakti. Ashton had yet to observe the effects that said infection would have on other Nen users or humans in general. That's why he still had a lot to study. After noting down all of the things he had theorized and found in that journal, he simply placed it inside his void space. He had a lot of work to do. And time was ticking. Shakti spreading itself around humanity would mean the end of Nen users everywhere. And the implications of that were still not known by Ashton. But he knew that it couldn't possibly mean anything good for mankind. _POV Ashton_. Now, I could start heading back to the Black Whale. I'm sure the rest of the princes wouldn't mind talking with their brother. Zhonglei is still resting in my void space. So there is no hurry about that. I think I can spend a day or two looking a bit more deeply into this Shakti. I still have so many things to research about it. I also need to see if I can somehow bring out Zhonglei's Nen beast. That thing might be a bit dangerous to bring near mamas and the rest. It is a calamity, after all, I just don't know how it operates yet. I'd rather not risk it though. I'm sure I can find a subject to test Shakti on if I look deep enough into the cities. I don't really plan on grabbing random people. Good thing I don't have to. Where there is a power structure, there will always be people abusing their power. In this case, these cities place great importance on Nen users, as they are the main defense. Guns don't actually work on most of the beasts on this continent after all. And Nen users are quite well known to not be the calmest people. Most are actually quite deranged. So finding one of them abusing his powers isn't something that should be difficult. I'll look in the second city, that should be the best bet. The third one hasn't been established for long and the first one is really close to the Black Whale. So the second would be my best bet for now. Otherwise, I might have to postpone my research into Shakti for a bit. I mean, I was never against experimenting on the innocent in the past. But I believe doing so now would be quite self-defeating. I do wish to distance myself from my old ways after all. Experimenting on innocent people would just be me falling back onto them. Now, I guess I should set up camp somewhere if I do want to conduct any tests. I flew somewhere in between the first and second cities. I think this should be a good enough spot for a hidden bunker. I spread my N around and immediately used nature residence. I created a large underground open space, with a narrow tunnel leading down to it. It wasn't all that difficult, but that's just because I am quite used to doing stuff like this. I used to change bases quite a bit, and digging a large hole can be expensive enough. Especially when moving equipment to that location isn't feasible. I covered the entrance with an earth platform and went inside my temporary residence. I proceeded to somewhat furnish it and light up the place using a few torches and lamps. I also set up a pretty basic power generator that ran on gasoline. I do need some of my equipment for this. After I was done tinkering with my new laboratory, I flew off to the second city. _POV narration _ The situation in the cities wasn't a pleasant one. At least not for anyone that lacked power. The people that choose to come here were now living with that decision, with nothing but regret in their minds. Most of them ran from an oppressive government / a crippling debt / a life of misery, only to reach this place and have to experience all of those all over again. This time, there was a single group at the source of all of that injustice. One formed by the soldiers that were supposed to be guarding the city. The group was large, there were at least 20 people in it, out of the 100 that were supposed to be protecting the city. This group of 20 happened to be comprised out of the strongest members. They made the people fear them. They made sure to lay low while the Zodiacs were present in town. Not all of them were Nen users, 3 of the 20 people were just skilled in either tracking or field medicine. They were accepted into the group due to their usefulness. Their gang made sure to cause enough fear into the hearts of the public for them not to speak out. Ruling with fear was effective, especially to them. The 20 of them profited greatly, taking advantage of the residents inside that city in all aspects. And there was nothing said residents could even do. Some even chose to take their own lives out of desperation. Currently, the group of soldiers were all gathered in a bar. Each of them was holding on to some type of weapon. They were laughing and playing around happily. The bar only had wine in it, as there were no other alcohol manufacturing methods set in place for the continent. Did you guys hear the way that dude was screaming? It was so pathetic. One of them said while slapping his lap. Yeah. But his daughter's cries for help were certainly more pleasing to the ears. One of them said with a perverted smile. Ha. I personally preferred the wife. Although she wasn't as responsive. They all laughed as they kept drinking into the night. The owner of the bar was disgusted by what he was hearing. But he knew that saying anything would put him and his family in danger. So, he could only serve them wine in silence. He had told his wife to not come out in the bar. This group was known to be quite lecherous, and he didn't want anything to happen to his significant other. These people had caused the suffering of many families, and the owner didn't want his family to be on that list. They had reserved the bar for the night. Well, they just scared everyone off, but to them, it was reserved. And the bar owner couldn't do anything about it. Slowly, the doors to the bar opened, and a handsome young man walked in with a sweet smile on his face. He was wearing a formal suit with a doctor's coat draped on his back. His features were gentle. 2 beauty marks were present on his face, both of them under his right eye, which made his appearance all the more harmless. His appearance was also quite memorable. Seldom does one encounter someone with such refined style of clothing and appearance. Especially in the second city. The owner immediately felt bad for the young man. I should have put up a closed sign or something. But it was already too late. He looked around for a bit, then immediately spotted the group of 20 sitting around a large table. The group also looked back at him with amused faces. This will do just fine. The young man's smile became even larger, Ha! Seems this pretty boy didn't get the memo. One of the bigger men at the table stood up and approached the young man. This bar is closed, kid. Fuck off. He got up into the young man's face, appearing extremely aggressive and doing his best to make the feeble-looking young man cower in fear. But the young man's response irritated him quite a bit. The feeble young man, who is obviously Ashton, just looked up at the brute, with the same smile on his lips. So eager. Don't worry, you'll get your turn. His words immediately irritated the large man. And he wasn't the type to take things laying down. The large man was about to punch Ashton, but then he noticed that something felt odd. Or rather, a lack of feeling. He realized that he could no longer feel his arms. Upon closer inspection, he could only see two bloody stumps. His arms had been severed not that far off from the shoulders, leaving him to just stare blankly at the ground, where his arms were currently resting. Ashton then tore open a rift in space and kicked the shocked man inside, storing him neatly into his void space. I don't really need you guys with your limbs intact, he said. The smile on his lips didn't vanish at all. It gave the people at the table a chilling sensation. He's a Nen user. One of them said. They all jumped up and grabbed their weapons. The owner quickly crawled under his bar, hoping to not get involved in the fight. Then he clearly heard the words, "He's alone, we can take him." After which, there was only silence. There was no sound of fighting at all. The owner slowly stuck his head out from underneath the bar, only to see no one. The weapons of the guards were neatly placed on the table they had drunk at. But there was nothing else. Besides blood. The ground was quite literally a pool of blood. The owner also managed to spot quite a few limbs inside that pool. He immediately panicked and decided to call the appropriate authorities. But deep down, seeing this made him pleased. Just as pleased as the rest of the citizens were when they heard that the entire group vanished randomly. The bar owner, unfortunately, didn't remember the face of the suspect. Such misfortune _POV Ashton_. Such a fortunate occasion. I didn't expect scum to jump in front of me so quickly. That was only the third bar that I had checked. I figured I'd find them in such establishments. I didn't even hear the entirety of their talk, but I didn't need a written confession from them to realize they weren't worth sparing. I am quite pleased with this group. It has both Nen users and regular humans. This will be extremely useful, as I also want to find out how Shakti manifests in the bodies of people that don't use Nen. I mean, I can stand around and speculate till the sun implodes and the earth is covered in hellfire and brimstone. But I should really get to work if I want to actually achieve anything within this time frame I've set up for myself. I have only 2 days to find out more about Shakti, after which, I will inform Cheadle of some of my findings depending on their relation to the mystery behind these great gods. I don't know if I truly want to reveal that to the world right now. I think it could use a bit of polish before I present it to others. I'd also love to be able to tell whether or not said gods are a threat to humanity. Currently, I can just hope this Shakti will answer some of my questions. The first round of experiments was quite simple. I grabbed one of the Shakti users and pit him against one of the less dismembered Nen users. They were quite delighted to have a chance to fight for freedom. It didn't take long for them to realize that they were basically my guinea pigs. So if I kill him I'll be free to go? Asked the Nen user while staring at his opponent. The ring where they were fighting was in the middle of my new laboratory, surrounded by chairs. I could see the Shakti user was also gulping a bit. I took out the Shakti users a few times before, only to make sure they wouldn't die though. I do need them to be somewhat in shape for the experiments. The same can't really be said for the Nen users. I have around 17 of them. There's no need to stress me over their well-being. Although I did have to stop their bleeding using Dr. Blythe. I obviously took all of them out of the void space and made them watch the fight. The two fighters seemed to be going at it quite fiercely. But then the Nen user seemed to have a funny idea. He rushed me while thinking that I wasn't quite paying attention to him. The Shakti user also didn't bother to stop him. I could even see him about to join. I could see all of the nearby people preparing to shout out and join in. I guess the situation hasn't really set in for them. They aren't quite adjusted to their new and expendable lives. So, you can guess that I blew the Nen user's legs off and nailed him into the wall. I walked towards him with a steady pace as the others seemed to recoil in surprise. It's a bit regrettable that I have to dirty my gloves for this, but I guess someone needs to make them fear my authority. I plunged my hand into his stomach and pulled out some of his intestines, proceeded to wrap them around his neck and threw some of them across the walls. I made sure to create quite the piece of modern art on the walls with his guts. Well, it wasn't exactly my greatest work of art, but it's certainly not bad. The man in question had stopped screaming out in pain at some point. Now, his mouth was just open, his eyes glazed over. He's still alive, but not for long. I could see everyone inside the laboratory staring at me with palpable fear. Exactly as they should. "Stop gaping like idiots. You have 5 minutes to clean this up," I said as pointed to a bucket and a few mops in the corner. I watched them as they scrambled in fear to their work. Even the ones with no hands, still tried to help, struggling to hold the mops with their mouths. I could see the tears in their eyes. I think they learned their lessons for now. I don't need to kill another subject to set another example. Even though this test didn't end the way I wanted it to, it still procured some results. Shakti did seem to latch on to the Nen user. But it seems that the Nen user was unable to tell. I think he would have only noticed it if he tried to put Nen into his arm. But I thought he'd noticed that some type of foreign energy had entered his body. It seems not everyone is capable of perceiving this Shakti with ease. But it should have become noticeable if it got to reach his aura nodes. As any Nen user would be able to notice that much. It seems that these experiments are going to be quite fun. For now, I need to place the people in the room in different ways. I won't be putting them back into the void space. For now, I need them in top shape. I will have the 3 regular people sleeping next to the Shakti users on one side, then 3 Nen users sleeping on the other side. I want to see the way they will be affected by this energy in their sleep. For now, though, I have quite a few things in plan for them. Rest can wait. I'm sure they won't have any complaints. Not that it would matter. Their opinions are more of an afterthought at this point. All that matters is that they know to fear me. And that they know not to fight back. It was already unexpected enough that they attacked me, but I guess things happened too quickly for them to understand the difference between us when fighting. Either that or the desperation got to them. Well, anyway. Better get to it. These experiments won't conduct themselves. _POV narration _ The suffering of Ashton's test subjects continued for 2 days. They were subjected to plenty of human rights violations during that time. But they didn't have any way to escape Ashton. So, they were just forced to go along with Ashton's ideas and whims. But their hope of being allowed to leave after everything was over was dying out with each experiment. Their days were long, and the things they were subjected to seemed to be traumatizing for most of them. They weren't even civilians, they were soldiers, trained both mentally and physically. Yet, the sense of dread still managed to damage their psyche. The experiments themselves were quite tamed, at least compared to their expectations. But they saw how Ashton killed all of the Nen users after they were done with the experiment. Except for one person, who was killed later alongside 2 other people seemingly at random. The test subjects became so afraid that they didn't even speak with each other. Something strange also happened, in the span of 2 days. It was as if the prisoners had formed their own power structure, with the Shakti users at the top of it. The Shakti users did feel somewhat superior to the Nen users. That was because Ashton chose not to kill either of them. He only had 2 Shakti users to use as test subjects. After all, they were treated a bit differently from the highly expendable Nen users. Ashton had quite a bit of fun noting the changes in the behavior of his test subjects. But he wasn't exactly looking for such a result. So that was written down on some of his other logs. Appropriately named, Human Reaction to Despair. The results of which echoed some other research done by others in this field. In times of desperation, humans would have a habit of clinging to any form of power they could. Although signs of that theory also appeared in day-to-day life, it became more apparent in strenuous situations. As for the results of his Shakti experiments, well, that was quite worrying. Ashton did numerous tests, both while the subjects were asleep or while they were awake. He concluded that he had somewhat theorized before. Now it was backed by evidence. Shakti was alive. It also seemed to have a desire. It seemed to want to spread itself to all humans. The subjects would be oblivious of it up until it clogged their aura nodes. Even then, only proficient Nen users were able to feel the foreign energy covering their aura nodes. The regular users just thought that they became unable to use Nen. It also seemed that Shakti was capable of slowly spreading to everyone nearby. All it needed was to have a carrier nearby. Now, it also had another effect on the Nen users. They all seemed to be unable to remember anything about Nen. That only happened after Shakti managed to crawl its way into their minds. They still retained some of their memories though. But they wouldn't be able to name Nen in any way. And they wouldn't remember anything about using it. It seemed to be blocking those memories. Regular people were also affected by this. But it was more serious. Regular people seemed to actually be the intended carriers of the Shakti. It was as if all of their memories of Nen had been completely wiped. There was something else that Ashton concluded. It was almost impossible to spot on a regular person. It was much like his parasitic explosion in that aspect. It was seeped into their bodies and hard to notice. This wasn't something that occurred with Nen users, at least not at first. After effectively turning the Nen user into a regular person, it acted in the same way. This was not good news. It meant that a pandemic of this Shakti would prove damaging for all Nen users worldwide. And, after Ashton finally realized the true nature of that energy, its creator and reasons for existing also became quite clear to him. Who would benefit the most if humanity lost its ability to use Nen? The answer was simple, and it was right in front of him the whole time. It would have been a joke to say that he didn't think about it. It was just that he didn't have enough concrete information on Shakti to come to any conclusion. Now, he had enough. It was more than clear that the great gods were afraid of Nen. It was something he could prove with his own experience in the abyss. They were attacking him with confidence when feeling that he had little to no aura inside his body. But the second his aura spiked, they started running away. It was as clear a sign as possible. They feared Nen. But most Nen users wouldn't have enough power to even travel into the abyss, let alone scare the greater gods. So, Ashton now had some difficulty understanding their real intentions. Whether or not they infected humanity, it shouldn't have mattered much. Especially when most humans wouldn't be able to scare off the gods anyway. So, it was pretty clear to Ashton that he was still missing quite a few pieces of the puzzle. Although he had no actual idea what these things could be. Still, the mere thought that he still had so much to discover, it made Ashton smile. His progress was already a lot. But there was still time for more. He could still improve his knowledge. He was no longer in the same stagnant pool of water that he had been into previously. Now, he was done with his tests. And the test subjects were obviously not needed anymore. They were all killed in the same way as the others. Screaming and shouting in panic. But they couldn't do anything. They all died. Ashton took back all of the stuff he had taken out in his makeshift laboratory. Then he flew back to the surface, refilled the ground using nature resonance. The notebook he had written was quite stuffed. Ashton didn't really feel like rewriting it. It sounded like a waste of time. So, he took the lazy man's way out. He summoned the blood-soaked carnival and used Killula's ability, or one of his copied abilities, Gallery Fake, to create 2 copies of the research log. He was going to give one to Cheadle and one to the Prince Alliance. And, just like that, Ashton had finished his research on Shakti. It was also quite extensive for the time he had allocated himself. He left the place quite satisfied, looking forward to his meeting with Cheadle_POV narration_. Ashton flew his way towards the third city, where he knew that he would find Cheadle. Probably sitting around a meeting table or looking through documents acting all stressed out. In truth, Cheadle was not having a great time. The only thing on her mind for the last 2 days had been her phone call with Ashton. He had just claimed that he had discovered a new type of calamity, one that would require him to take such drastic measures as to erase an entire mountain range. It was a creepy thought to the chairman of the Hunter Association. It didn't help that Ashton didn't really explain anything to her at all. She didn't know how large of a threat this calamity would pose to humanity. She didn't even know what to expect. She somewhat hated the way Ashton had left her hanging. But at least the old scientist had promised to tell her the details, or at least give her a copy of his research on said calamity. Well, she could have lived without the suspense. But Ashton had somewhat failed to consider how Cheadle would react to the news he had presented her during that phone call. He did think she would be stressing out a bit, but not to the extent that she wouldn't even sleep at night. Cheadle had a rough 2 days. The stress of a new calamity being discovered on the continent they were trying to live in, coupled with the stress of managing a colony of people and providing protection and medical attention to everybody. All of that compiled into her not even leaving her office. A few problems arose as well, such as an entire group of 20 soldiers that were on guard duty disappearing in the second city. They barely had the manpower to protect everybody. Cheadle had to merge 2 scouting teams and send replacements for said soldiers. Their whereabouts were completely unknown. But it was believed that they had been killed in a bar. The owner adamantly denied knowing anything about any suspect, and the case was put to rest. Through that case, Cheadle also discovered the sickening amount of corruption that was occurring in the colonies she was supposed to manage, leading to even further stress. She was forced to send Badobai the dragon, and Myziastum Nana the ox, to take charge of the first and second cities to quell any corruption. It was spreading their forces even thinner. The members of the Zodiacs were all needed for scouting and different important tasks. The corruption was greatly hampering the expedition and colonization effort, and Cheadle couldn't even ignore it, as it directly affected the morale and productivity of all of the colonies. Thankfully, some good news was appearing, as both Badobai and Myziastum were making great leaps in their progress. They had apprehended and executed quite a few corrupted people that were put in power. There was a slight problem though. They didn't really know what to do with the soldiers and Nen users that were taking advantage of their powers. There were only so many of them available. Executing them would make the situation much harder for Cheadle. Thankfully, another member of the Zodiacs proposed an idea to solve their shortage of soldiers and Nen users. Leorio had come up with the idea for an academy that was supposed to train soldiers and Nen users respectively. It was instantly approved and the building for the academy buildings and facilities had already started. Cheadle was desperate. And, unfortunately for her, Ashton wasn't bringing any good news with him. She heard a few knocks on her door and looked at it with a fatigued glare, thinking it was her helpers bringing her yet another stack of reports. "Just leave them at the door. I'll get to them eventually," she said as she rested her head on her desk for a few seconds. Then she heard the door swing open. She raised her head in annoyance. "I told you to." The second she saw the person that entered her office, her eyes widened a bit and she turned red in embarrassment. Not only had she mistaken Ashton for a subordinate and almost scolded him, but she was also not currently looking her best. Her hair was raised in all directions, her clothes weren't arranged at all, the bags under her eyes were large as could be and her eyes were bloodshot red due to tiredness. She could usually stay awake for weeks on end, but the stress she had been experiencing lately was just too much for her. "Why, it's a pleasure to see you, Cheadle. You seem rather unwell. I'd recommend getting some rest," Ashton said with some concern in his voice as he greeted her warmly. Cheadle smiled a bit. She couldn't really be mad at Ashton. "Sorry for earlier. Many things are happening all at once. I am getting quite overwhelmed, unfortunately," she said, smiling back at Ashton. "I see. I think you are straining yourself a bit too much. If something were to happen to you, this expedition would be quite doomed." Ashton's words were both comforting and reminding her of how crucial her position was. It wasn't exactly the greatest thing to say to someone that was stressed out by responsibility. But then again, Ashton still had much to learn when it came to comforting people. Cheeto just sighed. "Please tell me you have some good news for me. Is the calamity still present on this continent?" This was the worry that had been weighing the heaviest on her mind. She knew how destructive a single calamity could be. She had seen the effects they had on people when visiting the laboratories that the V5 had set up to study them. "Well, my dear, that's a bit more difficult to tell." Ashton sat down in front of her and started explaining to her the nature of Shakti, as well as the ways that it affected humans and Nen users. He didn't go into greater details. He was going to let her read that on her own. But just the things he had told her were enough to make her headache worsen. They needed to somehow combat something that they could hardly detect. Ashton himself claimed to hardly be able to notice the Shakti while it was infecting regular humans. "How are we supposed to fight this?" she asked while clenching her fists. She was currently hoping that Ashton would have some sort of remedy for this situation. "I'm afraid I don't know yet. For now, I don't think it has spread that far. But the Shakti users seemed to be walking around in the cities at times." Ashton's words only helped to worsen her state of mind. She looked at the ceiling of her room with anger as she growled in frustration. "It's all because of Beyond. He's the one that planned the expedition to the Dark Continent. He left with his group not long after you. This calamity must have been spawned due to them." Cheeto was trying to pin the blame on Netero, but Ashton just shook his head. "After my research into calamities, I have reached a conclusion. Humanity has little to do with the appearance of calamities." She looked at Ashton with a bit of curiosity. She decided not to inquire about his research though, thinking that Ashton would tell her eventually anyway. This thing would have appeared in one way or another. "I think this expedition, colonization effort if you will, in itself could have caused it." Ashton's words managed to calm her down slightly, but she was by no means happy. "So, how are we meant to find this Shakti?" asked Cheeto, hoping to at least get an answer to this. "Well, that might not be so hard. I suggest creating a rudimentary checkup for all of the cities." His words instantly caught Cheeto's attention. The doctors all need to use Nen, and they need to be prepared for Shakti to try and latch on to them. Methods on how to deal with that are mentioned in this notebook. Ashton placed his research notes on the table, and Cheeto instantly took the notebook to look it over. "After finding the infected people, I recommend creating a quarantine zone. I don't know a way to purge this Shakti for now, so I don't have any other solution. For now, we need to stunt its spread." Cheeto nodded to Ashton's idea. The conversation continued for a bit, Cheeto asking some questions about the notes and other methods that they might have to solve this issue. Eventually, Ashton did have to leave. He left Cheeto with a few words. "I recommend you tell someone to do what I've told you. You should really rest for now. If you don't comply, I will actually erase your memories and force you to rest." Ashton's words, although carrying a threatening tone, only made Cheeto smile as she looked at the old scientist closing the door. Both of them had quite a bit to do currently, so they couldn't afford to waste any time. Still, Cheeto decided to take some time to rest for now. With Ashton there, at least she knew that the expedition wouldn't fail any time soon. _POV narration _ Mamas and the other princes had been idle the entire time. They were simply laying around and trying to find things to occupy their times with, like true royalty. But their minds weren't actually idle, at least not most of them. Mamas and Haukenberg were both quite concerned about the state of affairs. Their concern was only logical. After all, their half-brother Zhonglei had yet to be caught. His whereabouts were completely unknown to them. Neither of them had let their guard down even after the ship was confirmed to be free of assassins. They were both specifically careful of any messages that came to and from the ship. They both asked their servants to pay attention to any form of communication that any conspirer would use to contact people that were on the continent. Another person to take a similar approach was Kacho. Well, she was But now that the ship was relatively safe, she was simply relaxing with her twin sister. But at the beginning, Kacho was also acting in place of her twin sister. Fujitsu wasn't exactly fit for any work related to the current struggle that the princes were going through. She was far too innocent and naive for that. Now, she was beginning to see that not all of her siblings were truly innocent. Camilla's confession certainly helped her reach that conclusion, as well as the confirmation of Zhonglei's involvement in the situation. Now, all of their princes had their relaxation time interrupted. They were all called to an anonymous meeting. Why exactly? They didn't know. But they were all gathered there in around 1 hour. They were waiting for the one that had called the meeting to show himself. They were all obviously surrounded by their servants. This is quite strange. Do any of you know who called this meeting? Asked Haukenberg after a while. Not really. But did you all follow the instructions? Mamas responded almost instantly. They had all received this summons through a letter. I was simply left in each of their rooms. They had no idea who had placed it there and why. It also had some troublesome requirements. It said that they must make sure that no one followed them to the meeting place, which was a large open area in the 5th tier of the Black Whale. This was the first time the princes had climbed down to the last tier, and they weren't really impressed. I thought the ship was supposed to be safe. But this is extremely shady. Oita was the one to comment on the situation with quite a bit of suspicion. They were all somewhat suspicious, but she was the first one to express it openly. Indeed. But we aren't really helpless. We all have brought some servants with us. And Kurapika is also present. I don't think there is anyone left on the ship that can pose a threat to us, said Savanti, Mama's mother. Kurapika was currently looking around with quite a bit of suspicion. He couldn't quite put his finger on who had called them. Suddenly, he could hear the distinct sound of wind being cut. He quickly released his dowsing chain, spreading it all around the princes as bullets and arrows started coming from all directions. They were all infused with the same energy that Zhonglei's servants were using. Kurapika's quick reaction managed to save the life of the princes, but the threat hadn't passed. Kurapika could hear the distinct sound of clapping. He could see as soldiers, people that he had seen regularly as part of the Kakan Empire's army were surrounding them. Weapons raised and pointed at the gathering of princes. Kurapika instantly noticed something strange. All of their eyes were empty. They also had absolutely no Nen. And that was problematic. All living beings had Nen. Even if they weren't able to control it, they still had it. It represented their life force. So, that could only mean one thing. The people surrounding them were all dead. That realization managed to unnerve the young hunter greatly. He had no way of knowing that their aura had simply been suppressed and replaced with Shakti. So he just thought he was looking at puppets. Well, he wasn't completely wrong. The effects Shakti had on humans were still not completely known. And, after today, it would also be known that someone, presumably the source of the Shakti, was capable of gaining absolute control over those that were infected with it. At this point, the rest of the servants had also acted and surrounded the princes, forming a shield around them and preparing for combat. Marvelous truly, what beautiful reflexes, you humans never cease to amaze me. The one speaking was that one soldier that had been clapping. You will be a great addition to our growing army, he said with a deranged smile, as his eyes flashed a purple color. If Ashton were here, he would have recognized those eyes almost instantly. One of the gazes that had peered at him while he was inside the abyss. In other words, a god. What is your purpose? What have you done to the soldiers? Asked Kurapika as he looked around in a panic. To him, the current situation was looking extremely bleak. He was trying his best to figure a way out. But something made him concerned. It seemed that all of the soldiers that had been left on the ship were currently under that purple-eyed man's control. Currently, around 200 people that he could see with his eyes. It was an extremely concerning number. Mamas also looked at the situation with quite a bit of helplessness. She didn't even know how to react to it. She just hoped that her siblings and servants would be fine. Aren't you funny? Tilda, what do you mean purpose? Isn't that quite clear? You're all going to die. At least you won't exist in the same way you do now. Kurapika instantly understood what the man was speaking about. They were going to become just like the rest of the soldiers. And they were vastly outnumbered and outgunned. This isn't looking good, said Haukenberg as he looked around the room. Did Zhonglei command this attack? Might as well tell us if you're going to kill us anyway. Haukenberg instantly started trying to coax some information out of their attacker. Little puppet prince doesn't even know what he's dealing with, nothing but strings and plots. He was a fool to not act on my warning. Haukenberg couldn't quite understand what the purple-eyed man was talking about. Enough talk time mustn't be wasted. Lest he comes here too. The man simply pointed at the princes with a sadistic smile on his lips. Die! Tilde was all he said. A fight was simply unavoidable. _POV narration_. As bullets started flying around them, Kurapika did his best to block as many as he could with his dowsing chain. But he could feel it weakening constantly, as continuous blasts of Shakti were undoing his construct. Still, he did his best to stop the projectiles from taking the lives of the servants that formed a wall around the princes. The situation was certainly not in their favor. The purple-eyed man just laughed as he looked at their struggle. So much for your Nen user's strength. What's wrong? Can't deal with this many people? His sadistic smile never left his face, ever since the battle had started. Kurapika knew that he couldn't continue acting defensively. He was clearly not going to win in a prolonged battle. He quickly jumped in the air and sent his dowsing chain crashing through a part of their crowd. He managed to send a few of them flying, and surely killed at least 3. But it was simply not enough. And his sudden attack left the servants to fend for themselves momentarily. Many of them tried to block the projectiles with their bodies. Those that did that had their Nen defenses immediately penetrated. They all collapsed as Shakti started spreading through their bodies. The ones that blocked the projectiles with their weapons managed to survive. But, now there were only around 10 servants left standing. And they weren't all in a great situation. Fugitsu could be heard crying in fear as her twin sister comforted her. Kacho simply had a grave look on her face. Ashton, where are you? That was the only thought on her mind. But Ashton wasn't quite close to arriving yet. If he was, the guide wouldn't even have bothered to attack the princes. In fact, all of the gods considered Ashton to be a thorn in their side. A person that they simply couldn't deal with as they were now. Not even their strongest champion, the guardian of the sunken temple, Ashton's teacher, managed to capture him. Still, after so many years of effort, a god had finally left that abyss. And now, it was his task to help free the rest. How he would do so, is something else entirely. Currently, it needed to focus on getting rid of every human that inhabited this new continent. Then move on to Lake Mobius. Watching you people struggle has been so entertaining. But I think it's time we finish this, the god said as he watched over the people present at the table. Then, it noticed something. An aspect that maybe he had forgotten about. Suddenly, just as a bullet was about to reach Mama's, a guttural howl was heard across the entire 5th tier of the ship, originating from a place directly behind Mama's. It instantly became visible to everyone in the room. The strange-looking gorilla-like Nen beast with 4 hands that Ashton had given Mama's. It quickly put 2 of its hands around Mama's, as one of her servants jumped to the side to avoid it. The bullet bounced off its skin. It quickly took its hands away from Mama's, and beat its chest a few times. It creates shockwaves that managed to push away a few of the people nearby. What the hell is this monstrosity? Asked the god while staring at the Nen beast with both hatred and curiosity. Then it occurred to him. It's that man's doing. The Nen beast quickly jumped in the air. It brought its fists down in the middle of a group to the side. Its landing blew everyone around it away and crushed quite a few people underneath it. The army of mind-controlled soldiers quickly concentrated on it. In the end, it's nothing but a Nen construct. Break it down with enough Shakti and it will be done. The god already had a plan of action. Every man available aimed their weapons at the Nen beast, and it started receiving shots from everywhere. In a few seconds, bullets started actually affecting it. It was swinging its arms around with great energy anyway. It had already taken down at least 50 people. But more were coming. Kurapika observed the situation with quite a bit of fear. I need to take out the leader. He quickly turned his dowsing chain and sent it flying towards the god. The god didn't at all seem surprised by the attack. In fact, it moved to catch the chain. Something that made Kurapika grimace. That man was clearly stronger. The Shakti around him was much greater than the rest. He had just been hoping to take him down with a sneak attack. But something unexpected happened. A strange snake appeared. It was coiled around his chain and staring the Shakti user in the face. It opened its maw and instantly bit off the god's head, spitting its head on the ground and coiling itself back up the chain, becoming invisible once more. It had happened in an instant, but Kurapika managed to catch it clearly. So he also gave me one. He didn't know whether or not to feel grateful or insulted. But that didn't matter now. The Nen beast had proven to be more than helpful. Kurapika smiled as he watched the purple-eyed man's head hit the floor. Then, for a second, all of the attackers stopped. Again, such a marvelous move! ! Toda a playful voice was heard somewhere to the side. Kurapika looked at it, startled by the sudden spike in Shakti. Killing that god would be so simple. Shakti was, in fact, its life force. It was different from Nen, it was something that all gods had. It allowed him to have complete control over the people that were infected with it, as well as transfer his consciousness between them at all times. Gods had no bodies. They were parasitic beings, similar to I. But they weren't as innocent. Kurapika grimaced as he watched a previously normal soldier gain a purple glint in his eyes. He cursed under his breath as he realized the situation would only turn downhill from there. While all of that was happening, the servants and the princes were using the distinction that the gorilla Nen beast and Kurapika had caused to break out of the encirclement and run away. Kurapika kept blocking the paths of those that tried to follow the princes, and just like that, they had succeeded. They managed to run away, immediately looking for a way to go to the higher tiers. The gorilla Nen beast followed Mamas, as it was tasked with protecting the princess. "No. Stay and help Kurapika," shouted Mamas in a panicked voice. But the Nen beast wasn't listening to her. It was intelligent, but it took its creator's orders very seriously. As their group was running away, they noticed something. More and more mind-controlled soldiers were descending to the 5th tier. There had been around 500 soldiers still left on the ship, and it seemed that all of them had been infected. The princes and their servants were forced to find a place to hide. Meanwhile, Kurapika was still surrounded by everyone. Such a shame that they got away. But not for long. With you gone, there isn't much to help them now. The god immediately started gloating when seeing Kurapika's state. His conjured chain was mostly disintegrated, corroded by Shakti. His body was covered in quite a few injuries. He wiped the blood from his forehead and stared at the purple-eyed soldier. "You won't get away with this. Ashton won't let you." Kurapika spoke in a tired voice. "Ha, you still think that old monster will save you? Do you really think he can be everywhere at once? He probably just finished researching on my aura. He has a long way to go if he wants to combat me." Kurapika found the god to be unnecessarily verbose. He looked at him with disdain. He raised his middle finger with a smile. "Come and get me then." His actions immediately angered the god. "Very well. I guess you do want to die. I was going to keep you, but I guess that doesn't really matter." The god raised his hand and pointed at Kurapika, all of the soldiers around them taking their aim and preparing to shoot him. Kurapika just sighed and closed his eyes a bit. He was going to face his death with some dignity. Then, a slight tremble could be felt throughout the ship. The steel ground underneath Kurapika gave way, a giant snake swallowing him whole. The god looked on with wide eyes. It was the same one that had bit the head off his previous host. The Nen beast Ashton had given Kurapika wasn't weak, but it wasn't made for frontal combat. It was made to create illusions and to support Kurapika when needed. Nen-based illusions didn't work on the god and the other mind-controlled soldiers. So it was left to support Kurapika in whichever way it could. Now, it was going to help him escape. The snake burrowed itself back into the ground, its head turning into a drill as it dug through the steel as if it was dirt. It slithered through the walls of the ship for a while, with Kurapika in its mouth at all times. It had managed to escape, for now. It eventually found the room where the princes were and burrowed its head out of the ground, startling all of them by spitting an unconscious Kurapika on the ground. Meanwhile, a relaxed Ashton finally felt something was wrong with his Nen beasts. What the fuck is happening? He quickly started making his way to the ship. _POV narration _ The princes and the two queens were all shocked to see the massive snake stick its head out from the steel floor. They were especially shocked to see it spit out Kurapika. The snake then seemed to become smaller in size before completely disappearing. Even from the Gyo of Halkenberg, who was sweating a bit when seeing the beast. He and Oita were the only Nen users in that group. Technically, only the two of them should have been able to see the Nen spirit beasts. Yet, they seemed to have taken an actual physical form, to the point where even regular people could see them. Now though, they were back to normal. With one small exception. Halkenberg could clearly see that Mamaz's beast was weakened. It seemed that the strange aura of the attackers had really adverse effects on the beast. Such an escape will be impossible for a second time, were the concerns running through Halkenberg's mind, as he analyzed the situation. Not only that, but Kurapika was also injured and exhausted. So the princes needed to do their best to remain in hiding. When seeing Kurapika's condition, Mamaz just sighed. I guess Ashton was also looking out for him. That was the thought going through her mind. What just happened? Asked Kacho while looking at her half-siblings and mothers-in-law. That's a bit difficult to explain, responded Halkenberg. The princes that couldn't use Nen barely understood anything of what had happened. They couldn't tell that the soldiers had been mind-controlled. One of the few surviving servants was none other than Theta, who looked to be doing quite badly. She had been shot twice. She managed to take out the projectiles and to get rid of the Shakti, but she was still bleeding. She could barely stand on her own currently. I think our best bet is to wait for Ashton to arrive. That was all she said as she looked at the princes. Still, we are like sitting ducks here. The soldiers could show up any minute, and we have no way of fighting them reliably, said Halkenberg as he looked at his siblings. Well, we might still have a chance. But it's risky enough as it is. We could be found at any moment, said Oita as she looked at the unconscious Kurapika. Indeed. But we don't even know when Ashton will arrive. Or if he's even coming here, said Mamaz as she looked at the injured servants that were doing their best to patch each other up. I'm guessing the rest of our servants are gone. So we can't do anything but wait, said Mamaz as she looked around. She wasn't an Nen user, but she wasn't ignorant. She knew that their chances of even surviving if they encountered that group again were near zero. Well, things were about to take a turn for the better, well, almost. They all heard a large bone-rattling explosion, as the ship started shifting to the side. What the hell is happening? Shouted a panicked Oita. While they were collecting themselves and reaching an agreement on their course of action. Ashton was using his greatest speed to reach the black whale, and when thinking of explosions, one also tends to think of detonation velocities. They tend to vary in between the type of explosions used, usually varying due to firepower/strength. So, currently, Ashton was going at the fastest speed he had ever been before. Yet, still, he managed to reach the astonishing speed of 37,080 km per hour. It was around 10% of the speed of light, or about 36 times the speed of sound. It was not a speed that a human was supposed to safely travel at. Thankfully, Ashton was not a normal human. The only reason he wasn't shredding himself apart with the force of the wind and his own explosion was due to the cloak of Nen that covered his body completely. But that protection wasn't perfect at all points. He made sure to protect his vital organs much better, but his hands and feet were not receiving the same royal treatment. After all, this was the first time he had accelerated to this point. He could feel his legs burning and his bones cracking with each explosion. The only reason his hands hadn't been burned off yet was due to the gauntlets of Nen. That was the only relic that Ashton had decided to wear for this trip. He didn't even spend much time thinking, he was in a hurry after all. It took him around 10 minutes to reach the black whale, even with his monstrous speed. His legs had been burned to charcoal at that point, and his body was filled with cuts. He slowed down in the air near the black whale, stopping right above it and looking down at it. He quickly used splitting cell along with a small portion of his vitality, to recreate his body. He quickly took off his gauntlets and put them on the said clone, as they were falling in midair. Then he transferred his consciousness to the clone. Ashton was the only person that had the ability to disregard his body to this extent. He grabbed his former body by the hands, infusing it with his parasitic Nen, and threw it towards the ship in a fit of anger. He could feel where on the ship the princes were, so he targeted the very furthest point that he could. He could tell that everybody else on the ship were Shakti users, so he didn't bother holding back. How exactly did he know that? Well, it was logical. After finding out how quickly Shakti could spread, he figured that the ship was bound to be filled with infected people. And, since the princes were actually in danger, even after he had taken out Zhonglei, that could only mean one thing. The guardian spirit beast of Zhonglei could take control of people that were infected. And it meant that the ship was no longer safe. His former body smashed into the ship, the metal bending around it as the body finally started turning to mush due to the impact. But it didn't get to turn to mush completely, as a large explosion covered that entire part of the ship. The raging flames melted through the ship and evaporated a lot of the seawater around it. The explosion seemed to expand for a few kilometers, eventually harming a large portion of the massive ship. He quickly used wind aspect to blow away the smoke and rushed inside the ship through the large opening that he had created. At the same time, water quickly started filling the ship and tilting it to the side. He didn't look around for long, just rushed towards where he already knew that the princes were. He kicked the door open, startling everyone inside, as he looked at them. "What the hell happened?" he asked as he looked at the shocked princes. The second they saw him, they all relaxed. _POV narration _ The people in the room all breathed a sigh of relief, although Ashton didn't really look all that pleased. "Well, quite a lot has happened. Glad to see you here though." Haukenberg was the first to speak up. Mamas was still quite shocked by his entrance. "Did you really have to kick the door in? You do realize there are injured people here, right?" she asked while the old scientist rubbed the back of his head. I didn't know there were injured people in the room," Ashton said with a bit of a strange smile. "Don't lie to me. You were able to smell a fight happening a few hundred meters away from us," referring to the assassination attempt, "but you became unable to do that now?" she said, still somewhat mad at the way he had startled everyone inside. "Well, I could have maybe been a bit more thoughtful about my entry. The ship is sinking by the way," he said while looking around the room, adamantly avoiding Mamas's judging gaze. "What? You're sinking the ship?" Mamas asked in shock. Haukenberg then finally received an explanation for the way the ship was tilting. "Well, I've technically already sunk it. It's just a matter of time before it becomes a submarine," he said, finally looking at the injured people. Mamas continued to argue with Ashton's decision to destroy the ship. In all honesty, Ashton didn't really know what to say in his defense. That explosion was an impulsive move on his part. He basically exploded one of the largest ships built by mankind on a whim. Everyone looked at the two of them. They watched with wide eyes as Mamas scolded Ashton like a nagging housewife. Savanti just raised an eyebrow as she watched her daughter interact with Ashton. She wasn't really against that, but she still found it somewhat strange. Ashton was quite the enigmatic figure to all of them. And she had somewhat heard about him from the old king in the past. She knew of his reputation. A heartless, merciless and bloodthirsty individual. At least that was how the late King Nasabai described the scientist at some point. It was during a small party of world leaders, Nasabai had decided to bring her to it instead of his other wives. And they ran into Ashton at that point. So, Savanti somewhat knew of his name. He was by far the most prominent figure with a non-political background in Lake Mobius. And that was from Nasabai's description, a person that clearly hated Ashton. Obviously, after spending so much time around him, she could tell that a lot of those things were exaggerated. But her impression of him was still not the best. She was going to be observing his relationship with Mamas for a while before deciding whether or not to truly accept it. Eventually, Mamas stopped bickering with Ashton after noticing that everyone was looking at her weirdly. She just turned red and closed her mouth immediately. "We should get you all out of here. I have a clear escape plan," Ashton said. The people in the room seemed a bit curious. "Of course, we can address the issue of the black whale going down later. For now, we need to focus on escaping with our lives intact." The one to speak up this time was Oita. As usual, she was clutching her child in her arms. "You said that you have an escape plan?" Kacho asked Ashton as she dragged her sister to get up from the ground. Even the injured were slowly getting up. They all realized that they didn't have much time. Haukenberg also grabbed the still unconscious Kurapika and carried him on his back. "Of course. I always do," Ashton said while beating himself on the chest confidently. He could somewhat hear Mamas scoffing at his actions, but he decided to ignore that. He quickly told everyone to follow him. They all orderly walked towards the hole in the ship. Ashton formed a bubble of air around everyone using his wind aspect, and they could all see the drowning Shakti users struggle while they calmly walked and water engulfed the ship. Eventually, they reached the massive hole that Ashton had created. It made everyone grimace at the sight of it. How? Why? Even Mamas was quite flabbergasted. They could all see the way the metal of the ship was bent and melted. It was obviously cooled off by the ocean waters, but the traces of destruction were still quite apparent. "I may have gone a bit overboard when noticing that all of you were in danger. I acted thinking that this would create a distraction and help you guys. Sensing the infected soldiers with my N is quite impossible after all." Ashton's explanation seemed quite satisfactory. No one could refute his strategy. Although some were still a bit dissatisfied that their kingdom's largest ship had been destroyed. Ashton kept using wind aspect to raise that bubble of air surrounding everyone above sea level. Doing so, he managed to safely extract everyone out of the ship. He also took out that small sailboat he still had in his void space and placed everyone on it. They all managed to sit down and relax once on it. "So, what now? Our way to the rest of Lake Mobius is sunken." The one speaking this time was Savanti. She looked at the sinking wreckage that was once the largest ship made by humanity. It was supposed to carry their expedition to the enigmatic Dark Continent. And, to some extent, it had carried out its purpose. But now, they were technically stranded here. They could contact the outside world, but to build a ship large enough to carry everyone home in case something went wrong was simply impossible. So, now, the fate of many people was to remain on this Dark Continent. The Kakin royalty still doesn't know they aren't on the Dark Continent. It was somewhat regrettable. "Wait." Fugetsu finally spoke up. Ashton was quite surprised to finally hear her voice. She was usually quite silent around him. "What about Big Sister Camilla?" Her question silenced everyone on this small ship. Haukenberg was, like usual, the first to regain his composure. "Well, we were technically looking for ways to execute her. Right?" he asked with uncertainty. Ashton, however, had other thoughts. "I completely forgot about her." He had been so enraptured with Shakti and its uses that he had not remembered that Camilla even existed. I don't think this is fair to her," said Mamas as she looked at the now barely visible black whale. "She tried to kill us." Oita's words were making sense. But the princess still looked quite bothered. Even Haukenberg, the person that wouldn't trust Camilla under any circumstance. He was also having second thoughts about this. "Indeed, but she also helped us. She helped us end the war even though that went against her objectives at first. Savanti was the one to bring up Camilla's help towards them. Even if she had her own motives to do so, it was no secret that she had helped them all greatly. So, they now had a choice. Do they try to save their half-siblings? Or do they leave her to die? _POV narration_. Ashton looked on as everyone was debating and fighting about whether or not to save Camilla. If someone was to ask for his opinion on the matter, he would put it quite plainly. She has proved herself to be a danger to all of us. Saving her life would be quite illogical. But there was also a part of him telling him something else. If she truly wanted to kill her siblings so much, then why did she wait for so long? Why would she not start going ham the second I disappeared? Those questions were what made Ashton somewhat doubt the validity of Camilla's hatred towards her half-siblings. This is exactly what made even Haukenberg doubt his judgment of his sister. He considered her to be devious and opportunistic. He had been silent on the matter, but he realized that it was strange for Camilla to not act as soon as Ashton went missing. The entire situation was quite strange for everyone that knew Camilla. Eventually, they all started arguing, and Mama stared at Ashton for a bit. "What do you propose? Do you think it's worth saving her? Do you think she's to be trusted?" She looked at Ashton expectantly. In truth, their argument wouldn't matter at all if they had no way of freeing Camilla from the wreckage. And, currently, Ashton was the only one capable of doing that. Whatever. Ashton took a step backwards and jumped on the banister while staring at everyone present on the small ship's dock. "I'll just go get her while you guys decide on things. We can always kill her later anyway." After saying that, the old scientist let himself fall backwards. He created a bubble of air around him using wind aspect. He proceeded to maneuver himself to the black whale. At this point, it was completely submerged. But he could tell that Camilla was still alive. He could sense her aura quite clearly. He arrived on top of the first tier of the black whale, and he broke a hole through the ceiling. It was already filled with water, so there wasn't an issue with him creating more holes. He calmly walked towards the room Camilla had been kept in. It didn't take long for him to realize that most of the people that were closed off in a single room were still alive. It was likely due to a few air bubbles that formed when the ship was being submerged. But Ashton was only interested in helping out Camilla. The rest were all infected with Shakti anyway, so the old scientist had no actual reason to try and save everyone that was still alive. He made the sphere around himself larger and opened the door to Camilla's room forcefully. The water was currently at waist height. The princess was just sitting on her bed and looking at her own legs. She was doing her best to control her breathing. The ship sinking was something she found inconceivable, and yet, there she was, being engulfed by the ocean that surrounded and swallowed her ship. She still had a few hours worth of air. But she didn't think she would make it that long. Such a large ship falling on itself was bound to attract the attention of some sea creatures, even if the initial explosion had scared all of them away. Everything happened too quickly for Camilla. She didn't even understand where everyone had gone. She had just heard some struggle outside of her door before the explosion happened. After staying in that room for around 30 minutes, she had somewhat resigned herself to her own fate. Even if she was a Nen user, she didn't have the confidence to escape the ship quickly enough to not drown. That's not even to say that she was somehow supposed to find the exit while drowning. If she left her room, she would have ruined her last chance at staying alive for a bit longer. She had never been afraid of being killed. But it seems that she still didn't find the idea of dying in this way comfortable. It also didn't help that she had quite a few regrets on her mind. Why did I ever bother answering Zhonglei's invitation? It had all started from there after all. She wasn't actually planning on killing her siblings. She was already plenty confident in winning the election. So she stopped caring about offing her siblings. But, Zhonglei had been the one to start all of that. And, she was forced to take action. Even if she didn't, everyone would have blamed her for the deaths of the other princes. So, she decided to depart from the alliance. She knew that she didn't win anything by remaining in it. Rather, she would only garner more suspicion because she stuck around with them even when being suspected. She realized pretty well that she was going to be a suspect regardless of her actions, so she decided to do the thing that bothered her the less. Her trying to persuade Ashton into joining her was a desperate move. She needed to make sure at least she was protected from Zhonglei's men. She wasn't afraid of them, per se, but she knew that killing her directly wasn't the only thing they could do. Her attempt at persuading Ashton had somewhat backfired on her. It was likely due to her inherently arrogant way of speaking. Perhaps it was because she hadn't expressed herself properly. Regardless, it had led her to her current situation. She was left wondering what things she could have done differently. But it was far too late for regrets at that point. Well, at least that was what she thought. She heard another bang as her door swung open. She thought the seawater had finally brought it down. She just stared at her feet and prepared to be engulfed in seawater. She stood like that for about 15 seconds. Before she heard a voice. "What are you doing? Do you think seawater waits for you to look at it?" She immediately recognized that voice. Ashton was by no means someone she wanted to forget any time soon. And, by the tone, he was slightly irritated. Still, an uncharacteristically honest smile spread to her lips. "He came back for me?" she said while moving her eyes directly on Ashton, who was completely dry and looking at her with a bit of annoyance. "Did my siblings forgive me? Or did they just send him here to make sure that I would be gone?" Those thoughts still made her quite worried. But, she was still happy. "So, how've you been lately?" asked Ashton, taking her out of her trance completely. A bit wet, I guess." His question had managed to remind her that she was not supposed to stand around and contemplate her situation. She needed to get out, and her ticket to doing so had just kicked her door in. "Great, now that you're all here, we should really take our leave." Ashton walked forward and grabbed her off her feet. It took Camilla by surprise, but she didn't protest at all. It was quite fitting for a princess to be carried in a princess carry after all. Well, Ashton's reasons were a bit more practical. Carrying her will be faster than having her walk on her own. Ashton calmly walked back to the hallway. Camilla watched with quite a bit of fascination at the way the water seemed to part around the two of them, almost as if it was afraid to touch them. Then, a powerful whirlpool was formed above their heads. It slowly crushed the ceiling right above their head. That move shocked Camilla quite a bit. She stared in fascination once more. The way the water moved created a beautiful scene, but it didn't last for long. Ashton quickly took off and flew to the surface. Ashton arrived on his small ship quite quickly, placing Camilla on her feet and supporting her momentarily, as she was still dizzy due to flying at a high speed. "There, now everyone's off the ship. All of you can rest. For now, I'll sail us to the continent," he said as he walked to the sails and lowered them. He quickly started turning the rudder and directed it towards the continent. And just like that, their crisis was over. At least momentarily. Underneath the water, a curious beast managed to find some food. That food didn't have much flesh on it, it didn't have much substance. But the sea beast ate it anyway. After a few seconds, its eyes turned purple, as it started swimming away in an unknown direction. _POV Ashton _ And where exactly does this epidemic start? And where does it end? Asked Kanzai. He's not really been kept up to date on this entire quarantine and everything. I understand that he's been busy elsewhere. But that's really none of my business. Well, Kanzai, I believe we've gone over that already. If you have any questions you can ask more after the meeting. But I believe we have some greater concerns right now. Chido spoke calmly. She no longer looks like a wreck. I'm glad to see she's taking care of herself. All of the Zodiacs, as well as the princes, are gathered in this room to hear a report on the quarantine situation. We are basically talking about the progress we've achieved in the past 2 months. The colonies are all up and bothered by these concentration camps as they call them, but it can't really be helped. We need to prevent the spread of Shakti if we want to avoid Nen users becoming extinct. Thankfully, the protests are all peaceful, but I'm afraid they'd only serve to worsen the situation. But I can at least rest easy. The chances of anyone still being infected in the cities are infinitesimal. Everyone responded to the first medical checkup, and the people that didn't were visited personally. Even those that decided to build their houses in the woods. They were all checked upon and the infected were sent to the quarantine. The quarantine itself is a heavily guarded zone. Since I already know from Kurapika and the princes that a being can take over an infected and command the rest, I need to be extra cautious. Of course, I wouldn't ever have been able to do all of this on my own. Cheadle has proved to be a decent leader in the end. Her decisiveness is what prevented the spread at an early stage. Currently, I believe the situation has stabilized. Our exorcist is working hard to find a way to rid the infected of this accursed Shakti. Cheadle spoke mainly to the princes. Most of the members of the Zodiacs should have known this already. Well, I guess Kanzai didn't, at least by the look on his face. But it seems that he's not always paying attention to things. I think it would be good for us to try and get into a call with the V5 right now. I've tried once or twice, but they weren't responded. Cheadle's tone became tired again. The V5 not responding to calls isn't really anything new. Especially after that last chat I had with one of their representatives. Cheadle clapped her hands, and a projector started showing us an image on the wall. I don't really know if our communications with them are being hampered. Maybe it has something to do with the black whale sinking? Geez, she just won't let that one go, will she? I mean, I guess I created quite the mess. Most of the important stuff had been transported off the ship, but there was still some equipment on it. Equipment that the colonies could have used at some points. But hey, you can't win them all. 1. The black whale sinking won't have much to do with our communications. We have plenty of radio towers on this land already. Mamas is actually speaking up for me in this matter. That's unusual. She's usually right besides Cheadle in roasting me for this small mistake of mine. Even so, isn't it a bit unusual for them not to ask for a report 2 months in a row? Asked one of the Zodiac members. I think her name's Cluck. She can control birds or something. Depends really. The V5 sometimes act like petty children. I'm saying this out of experience, by the way. I was the one to clear that up for them. Still, even if it's somewhat characteristic of them, I'm still getting some bad vibes from this entire deal. That's a bit much to say. It's unusual for them not to inquire about this expedition at all. Maybe something is happening back at home? Badabai is the one expressing his concerns now. It makes sense for him not to buy this radio silence from them. He's basically their agent, well, him and Myziastim the Ox. I think I'll have to agree with old man Badabai here, said Kanzai while looking around the table. How's about this? We spam them with calls until they finally respond to one. If nothing happened, they are bound to respond to the third call in a row. My answer seemed to satisfy the members at the table. That's also what I was going to propose. We'll start calling them now. Cheadle quickly got to work on that laptop in front of her. They are using some military application to connect using a camera. The transmission is obviously made through satellite. She called them once, twice, 3 times. By the 5th, it was pretty much confirmed. Something's not right, Cheadle said as she stared at her laptop. Maybe we don't have a good enough signal for the satellite to pick up? Halkenberg asked hopefully. No. This line is what we've been communicating on the entire expedition. I even called the one used for emergencies twice. The concern in Cheadle's voice is quite evident. What should we do? Asked Kacho. The princess seemed to be quite scared. Well, there's no reason to panic now. It's been happening for about 2 months at least. So there's little we can do now. I don't think my words actually calmed down anyone, but it should at least give them some perspective. But what exactly has happened? Asked Cheadle. It's quite obvious. They were infected with Shakti. The people at the table were all shocked to hear my words. But we have it properly contained. It couldn't have leaked from this continent, said Cheadle with a bit of a stutter. Who's to say it only started spreading from this continent? Who's to say an infected person wasn't just mind-controlled into jumping into the sea and infecting a school of fish? Or, maybe it was the soldiers on the black whale. My words seem to be quite drastic for Cheetle. I can basically see the stress weighing down on her shoulders and ears. Soul Lake Mobius is already gone? Asked my Zystem while looking at a map on the table. It may be. It might not be. I think it's time I tell you all about my findings on the Dark Continent. I wasn't going to keep this a secret forever anyways. Telling them now seems fitting. _POV narration _ And just like that, 2 months passed. They were quite eventful for everyone involved, as the human cities were all searched thoroughly for any infected people. The wider public was obviously not informed of Shakti and its dangers. They were simply told that it was a strange sickness that spread rapidly. And so, a fourth smaller city was born. The quarantine zone where all of the infected were sent. Many were against this strange segregation, and some families were forcefully split to send the infected members to these quarantine zones. It was a grim time for the regular people, and a difficult time for the leaders of the expedition. The quarantine even leads to some protests. Thankfully, those remained peaceful, as the authority didn't respond violently. But the populace also started refusing to show up to mandatory health checkups. That made the identification and suppression of the Shakti epidemic quite difficult to achieve. Although, by Ashton's estimations, all of the Shakti users should have been caught in the first wave of inspections. The rest were more of a formality than anything. The princes also were forced to reside on the continent. They all made their homes within the first city, close to one another. And Camilla, in the end, received a pardon for her crimes. It was mainly because none of the deaths could really be pinned on her. Although some of her rights were still taken away, she was also constantly under surveillance, which she accepted, as she didn't wish to be held in captivity any longer. Zhonglei was the one most responsible for those. And, about Zhonglei, Ashton did end up interrogating him in front of the princes, only to end up realizing that the murderous prince was nothing more than a puppet. It was a disappointing realization for Ashton. The old scientist had hoped that he would get more answers out of the murderous prince. Zhonglei didn't even seem to realize that his guardian spirit beast was nothing more than an intruder. The spirit beast also never appeared again, not even when Zhonglei was righteously executed. Till the end, the mad prince was clinging on to the hope that his spirit beast would save him. He seemed to have no doubts about it. All until the last second, where he could feel the blade of the guillotine on the back of his neck. Only then did Ashton see fear in the eyes of the prince. It was a disappointing conclusion. But that wasn't to say that only bad things were happening. Ashton, alongside Cheetil and Leorio, has been working on a way to expel the Shakti out of the people that were infected. In the end, the three of them together could only reach one conclusion. An exorcist might be needed for this endeavor. Shakti could be considered a curse, and Ashton had tried a plethora of different ways to expel it out of the victim's body. It was all unsuccessful, so, they were left with this as the only possible solution. The problem? They didn't have many exorcists still alive on the expedition. There was one, a servant of the prince's in fact. But she had been infected with Shakti on the ship, and subsequently died in the sinking ship. Besides her, the association only had one Nen exorcist, and she was currently helping with the tests. She was somewhat struggling to exorcise Shakti, but she was still making progress. It was only a matter of time before she actually became capable of helping the patients. Cheetil, although stressed by the lack of immediate results, was still comforted by the feeling of progress that Ashton's discoveries had given her. Ashton himself had very little free time during this period. He was keeping himself occupied by both trying to find anything he could about Shakti and trying to spot infected people in the streets. Of course, he didn't really let that affect his interactions with Mamas. He still spoke to her on an almost daily basis. Although, Ashton hadn't really interacted much with Kurapika, as both of them were beyond busy. Kurapika was quickly given the task to help with scouting new regions. Why? Well, now that the princes were inside city limits, they were being protected by both the city guard, and Badabai, who was there to check on corruption. There was another problem that arose with the sudden disappearance of the black whale. Ashton was obviously not publicly blamed for that event. But Cheadle still got mad at him. Very mad. Ashton could only pacify her by promising to secure a mode of transportation for humanity, just in case something wrong happened. Even then, she didn't quite believe him until he showed her Noah's Ark. The appearance of that ship helped a lot in getting some stress off of her shoulders. So, for now, things were stagnating quite a lot. At least on the new continent. The original continents, the one straight in the middle of Lake Mobius, were having quite a strange time. Their communications with the new continent had all been cut off randomly. It was odd and unexplainable. The V5 was trying to get in contact with Cheadle and ask for a report the entire time. But slowly, they all seemed to forget about the expedition. And their interests all shifted towards creating gatherings of people in major cities. Their focus on festivals and protests was unusual and unexplainable. Cheadle had no idea of any of that happening though. She was still trying her best to contain the pandemic within the new continent. She didn't think much of the lack of communication with the outside world. She did send a message to them about the new calamity. But she didn't realize that the message was not received. She had no way of knowing that it was already too late. Shakti had spread into the human world already. And so, humanity was facing a crisis that none of them could really understand. Only one person had a few answers, and that was Ashton. And Ashton was also the only factor that the gods hated dearly. He was also one they feared. This was either bound to be the final act of humanity or the final act of the gods. And, currently, the gods had the upper hand. _POV narration_. Okay, I should start this by mentioning that I am technically a native of the Dark Continent. Ashton decided to start things off with that, just in case some people at the table didn't know about it. Like the princes. This was the first time most of them heard about such a thing. "So you're a native of this place?" asked Camilla with a bit of curiosity in her voice. "Well, another thing. This isn't the actual Dark Continent. Just an island somewhere near it. We are technically still in Lake Mobius." Ashton's words came as a surprise for all of the princes. Cheetah looked at her table a bit and sighed. It was a move by the V5, they didn't want such a large loss of life to occur. Actual colonization of the Dark Continent is simply impossible. Some of the princes seemed to accept that quite readily. But Savanti, Mama's mother, wasn't quite as pleased as the rest. So the V5 fooled the Kakan Empire to avoid an actual expedition from happening? Some could basically feel the anger in her voice. It was almost as if she thought that the V5 was trying to hold back the development of the Kakan Empire. Cheadle was the one to clear that up for her. The V5's purpose was to avoid a great loss of life. Bringing this many people to the actual Dark Continent would lead to all of them dying. Cheadle tried her best to explain things to the somewhat irritated queen. "There's no way for us to know the results of that. Maybe we would have succeeded." Still, she clung to her pride and refused to admit that the Kakan Empire was really in over its head. "Oh, there is a way for us to know." This time, Ashton decided to respond to her. He wasn't actually mad at her though, he had somewhat grown over getting mad at people for useless things. "Even I, a person that has enough strength to erase a mountain in seconds, can only run around and retreat while in the Dark Continent. The beings there are simply on another level. Their numbers are also much greater." He was the one to finally dissuade the queen and calm her down. He obviously left a few things unsaid. Like the fact that every beast in the Dark Continent wanted him dead and would constantly chase him. If he wasn't pursued constantly by countless hordes, there wouldn't have been many difficulties in his journey. "I see." Savanti finally remained silent and went back to listening to Ashton's story, like the other princes. She had just voiced out most of their complaints after all, and the explanation they received was satisfactory enough. "Well, where should I start?" Questions at the end, by the way, So, Ashton started recounting the events of his research. Everyone listened silently as they heard of the old scientist's discoveries. The emotions flaring in the hearts of the people at that meeting ranged from shock, surprise, fascination, and finally, fear. Ashton told them about the existence of a race that was once worshipped by humanity. And, after being angered by humanity, that same race sought to destroy humanity, and almost successfully did so. The old scientist told them of the strength that humans possessed in the past, of the cities that were built. At this meeting, the people present managed to learn a lot about human history, things that hadn't even been theorized before. Ashton finished his tale by talking about the calamities. After all of that, I have concluded what calamities actually are, Ashton said as he looked around the table. The people were all paying attention to him. Even Kanzai had a serious face as he listened to that tale. They are either monsters controlled by these gods or beings that have some type of relation to said gods, either guarding something for them or trying to off humanity for them. That last definition somewhat riled up Cheeto. She had looked into calamities extensively after all. Well, that's about it really. I welcome any questions now, we have plenty of time. Ashton looked at the people sitting around the table and pondered on their strange reactions. So everything is connected to these gods. Why exactly are they even target the human race? For a quarrel that happened in ancient times? Mamas was quite angry in her speech. Ashton just sighed. I didn't really mention this, but Nen is basically something they fear. Nen gives humans the capabilities to surpass these gods, they are basically scared of us. Ashton's answer did little to quell Mamas's frustrations. Ashton hadn't really mentioned a few things to them. He hadn't told them much about the relics he found for that sacrifice. He didn't plan on doing it, but he didn't want anyone to suspect him of trying to do so. So, in your journey to explore the calamities, you ended up uncovering an enemy of humankind that has always existed and we've known nothing about? One of the members of the Zodiacs spoke up this time. Pione, the rabbit, was quite confused by what she had heard. Indeed, Ashton didn't mention that he was also seeking information on them. He did tell them about the Abyss incident. So, you went through so many dangers, after claiming you'd be fine? Cheeto said with a grim smirk. Well, the Dark Continent isn't really as simple as that. I didn't think that the calamities would prove to be as difficult as they actually were. Especially, Brian, he was by far the strongest. Ashton answered eloquently to Cheeto's jab. A few more people decided to ask questions. The meeting continued with Ashton answering as many as possible. Some of the princes were interested in artifacts in general, asking about them and their similarities to the former national treasure that was used for the succession war. Some were just interested in the wildlife of the Dark Continent. Mamas wanted to know more about Ashton's homeland. The questions themselves lasted more than the story. Something that gave Ashton the feeling that he wasn't the greatest of storytellers. But the meeting was eventually done. Well, almost done. Comment. There was only one more question to go. What do we do from now on? The one asking that was a concerned Haukenberg_POV narration_. What are we supposed to do next? Was a question that rested on the mind of every hunter, prince and servant. Haukenberg was the one to voice it out, but everyone wanted to hear that answer. And, for it, they all looked at two people. Namely Ashton and Cheeto. Ashton was the unnamed leader of the Royal Alliance, a lazy name that they came up with, and Cheeto was the leader of the entire expedition. And Cheeto was also looking at Ashton. Why? Well, he was certainly the calmest and most collected of the people present. Everyone else, including herself, was in some state of panic. Kacho had to even silence Fugetsu, her twin sister, because her whimpering was further upsetting the others. There was also another reason for Cheeto to look at Ashton for guidance. He was, by all means, the most experienced and senior member of their group. He was also the most knowledgeable when it came to the dangers they were facing, while the knowledge and understanding they had came from him. Ashton looked at the group with a wry smile as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I appreciate the trust, but I doubt you guys will enjoy most of my plans." His tone made Cheadle smile a bit. The princes and the Zodiac didn't quite seem to find Ashton's words amusing. Most of them were confused. Savanti didn't even know if Ashton was for to lead them. It was just circumstances that lead to him leading the alliance. "What exactly do you propose we do?" asked Haukenberg with a confused face. He could tell that Ashton already had something planned. "Well, I think our best bet is to gather all the Nen users that we can contact, including the ones in the Dark Continent." Ashton's words, predictably, didn't sit right with the Zodiacs. "Are you proposing we bring these traitors back?" Badabai asked with a raised tone. But he wasn't the only person angered by Ashton's proposal. Cheadle herself didn't really know what to say about it. "We aren't in a time where we can be picky about our allies. Everyone here is human, and we are fighting our extinction. The most likely thing to happen is that those gods take control of a few humans and they then mind control everybody else to commit suicide. Who knows, it might have already happened." Ashton's words sent yet another wave of panic through the people listening. "And you're saying that we should contact everybody we can? Do you think there are any people left unaffected by Shakti?" asked the Oreo. The doctor was quite concerned about the friends he had left behind in Lake Mobius. Hearing that they were in danger wasn't a pleasant experience for him. "Of course, as I've said, any Nen user worth his money won't let himself get infected. Some people don't interact much with cities and people in general." Ashton's words managed to calm down a few of the people. But even then, they all knew that humanity's numbers were reduced drastically at this point. "Our best bet would be to contact the Zoldyck family. We can hire them to gather up all of the Nen users they can find and sail their way to this place." Everyone raised an eyebrow at Ashton's suggestion. There wasn't anyone that didn't know who and what the Zoldycks were, except maybe Fugetsu. Leorio was happy to hear that the family name of one of his friends came up, but he still had a few concerns on his mind. "Are you sure that the Zoldyck family hasn't been affected by this?" "Well, I guess they do have some Nen users." The one asking was Kanzai. He didn't know a lot about the Zoldycks, so he could only speculate. The Zoldycks would have definitely been safe. Even their servants are powerful Nen users. Any infected person would have likely been captured and experimented on already. They most likely know what's happening to the outside world too. They are our best bet to contact. Ashton's words helped shed some light on those that didn't have much of a notion of what the Zoldycks were. In truth, the Zoldycks, if put together servants, guard beast and all, were likely stronger than the Zodiacs. Zeno alone could likely deal with a few of the Zodiacs by himself. The old man was a beast in human body. But how do we even contact them? Our communications to the rest of Lake Mobius are currently down. Cheadle was the one to speak this time. And she was completely right. They simply didn't have satellite coverage to make a phone call or to somehow send a message to the Zoldyck family. The only equipment that they had could only connect to a few special ones that the V5 had prepared in advance. Currently, they were at an impasse. "Well, I think it's best to send one of us there. We don't need to bother scouting the rest of this continent. For now, at least, we have more pressing matters, and there aren't any powerful beasts to talk about here." Ashton's words did seem to help some of the Zodiacs relax. If they needed to keep up their scouting efforts while also having to work towards stopping humanity from going extinct, well, let's just say that things would get a lot more stressful for everyone involved. "And who exactly should we send? We aren't even sure that the Zoldycks will agree to help us, even if we do send people there." The one asking questions this time was Cluck, another member of the Zodiacs that didn't quite know what to do in this situation. She had the ability to control birds, but she wouldn't be able to send her birds on such a long journey. They would likely die of exhaustion in the middle of the ocean. There wasn't any place to rest there, after all. "Well, I could go there myself. I have a few people and things that I need to gather here anyways." Ashton's words made the people inside a bit nervous. He was basically the only one with a clear plan for them, at least currently. And what if something was to happen when he went away? "I don't think that's a very good idea," We need you here, just in case something happens. Mamas was the one to voice out everyone's concern this time. Well, I guess things could go wrong at any minute. Having me here would be a reassurance to you all, he said while he rubbed his chin. How about this? Cluck, Canoe and Ginda the sheep, with you on a sailboat? I will write messages for all of the groups I wish to contact, and you can deliver them using your birds. Ashton did find a solution quickly. He was well aware that his departure would put everyone that they knew was still safe in danger. There was no way for them to know what these gods had in store for them. And Ashton was the only person that could confidently respond to any threat, even by himself. In the end, it was decided that things would go the way Ashton had planned. He was to write some messages for Cluck to deliver. She and Ginta would then wait around for any responses to arrive, and then they would return. And so, everyone got to work. Konzai was just told to look for some ruins in the forest, to see if he could find any sightings of older civilizations. Even the princes were obligated to learn how to use Nen at this point. It wasn't even a matter of choice. The Zodiacs all received work. The plan for creating a Nen user academy basically became one of their most important additions for the betterment of the population. It also needed to be an actual boot camp to train the bodies of all of the civilians. So the process would be quite slow. And so, the new continent became the base of operations of a new nation, one that shall remain unnamed for now. Led by a coalition of Nen users and royalty of another empire. _POV narration_. While Ashton and the leaders of the new continent, the princes and Zodiacs, were discussing how to face the beings that threatened to end humanity. There were plenty of people still present in Lake Mobius that were unaffected by the Shakti pandemic. The spread of the strange ore happened quickly. In the span of a month, just about every major city was infected with it. Usually, the people in power would be more prepared for a pandemic to happen. They'd have precautions of some kind. But Shakti actually targeted the world leaders first. This, after all, wasn't a microorganism harmful to humans like a normal disease. This was the life force of a god trapped in a different dimension. It had seeped into the regular world and started spreading everywhere within Lake Mobius. It didn't aimlessly spread, it was intelligent. It allowed the god to control more and more humans. Even then, there were plenty of people that had managed to avoid infection. Some people living in remote places, for example. They were not a united force, however. There were groups scattered all over Lake Mobius, and they didn't have a leader or any plans for the future. At least not all of them. The situation at the Zoldyck household had developed just as Ashton had expected it to. The Zoldks were far too strong to be attacked by any group of Shakti-controlled civilians. They closed themselves off. Most of the Shakti users couldn't even get through their front doors, so there wasn't even anything remotely dangerous for them. They even captured a few infected people to run experiments on them, much like Ashton himself. Kaikyo Silva's wife was actually the one to make the most discoveries. She had dedicated a lot of her time to doing so, but she managed to find out quite a bit about Shakti. Now, the Zoldks had realized the threat that Shakti held towards humanity. But they weren't really sure what to do about it. Upon their mountain, they would remain untouchable, but they needed to be careful in other places. Thankfully, being careful was their speciality. And so, the family of highly trained assassins gathered more and more uninfected individuals to their mountain range. It was something that Silva would have never approved of, as he was extremely cautious about inviting others into his home. But thankfully, Maho was still alive. The old beast still had a year or two in him. He was, in the end, the senior. Even if Silva was the leader in name, his opinion mattered above all. Maha, unfortunately, was growing weaker and weaker. It was to be expected from a man of his age. After all, he was the closest to actually being compared to Ashton in age. Closest yet still far away. Even Killua was called back to his home. Illumi and Silva both needed to go after him to Gon's hometown, Whale Island. At first, the young white-haired assassin thought that his family didn't want him to be adventuring anymore. But he became shocked when the situation was explained to him. he and Gon, alongside any family Gon still had around, all went to the Zoldyck compound. The Zoldycks also decided to gather the regular residents of Whale Island. They managed to evacuate everyone quickly. After all, there was enough space in their compound. But the Zoldycks weren't really doing that out of the goodness of their own hearts. They were aware of how dangerous Shakti was to humanity, and humanity dying out would also mean that their family business would be gone. They had decided to gather people in their mountain range to start a city. And the attempt was successful. Well, partially, it still needed time to develop. It was mostly a small village as of now. In only 1 month, they gathered more and more people. Those people all started farming the unused lands. They built homes using the excess forests and resources inside the compound. Of course, no one was allowed to walk further into the compound. That was where the actual home of the assassins was. And so, the Zoldycks had managed to gather quite a few people. There were 50,000 of them at the very least. And there was still plenty of space. It was just difficult to convince all that many people of the dangers that Shakti possessed. Some people understood, especially those that knew about Nen already. But others didn't take it seriously. They chose to remain, and proceeded to become infected too. Still, the Zoldyck family was flourishing in its own way. Sure, food wasn't exactly plentiful, but crimes were almost non-existent. Why? Well, the people that had agreed to come with the Zoldycks all knew who and what the Zoldycks were. Those that didn't were told. No one wanted to get on the bad side of extremely powerful assassins. And the Zoldycks all had quite a few troubles on their minds. There were many questions to be had, and one of them was obviously, where did this strange aura come from? And the other was more of an afterthought: what happened to the expedition? The second question was a bit easier to answer. They knew from Malumi and Calico, who were both punished BTW, that Ashton was also on that expedition. So they could at least assume that things would work out there. Things were going smoothly for them. At least for the most part. The Zoldycks didn't care for the people that choose not to follow them. So there was no stress for them. They had done their part in preserving humanity already. They had provided a safe environment for quite a few people. And that was a lot more than necessary. They were assassins, after all. They didn't really care about the people. But the situation had escalated beyond the point where it would have been logical to ignore it. When humanity was at stake, someone needed to step up and protect it. And since no one better was around, then it remained for the Zoldycks, a family of assassins and murderers, to preserve it. Ashton was going to be quite amused by this piece of news when hearing it. But that would take a while. As Cluck Chicken and Ginta Sheep of the Zodiacs had both only just departed with Ashton's letters, it would take the two at least a month to make it to Lake Mobius. After sending the messages, they'd also wait 2 weeks, then they'd start the long boat ride back to their new home, the freshly colonized continent. The plan was in motion. All that was left was to observe things, and hope that they would go smoothly. _POV Ashton_. How does one go about organizing a perfect colony? Well, I guess this is not a colony any longer. It might as well be called a small country. This expedition has inadvertently become one of the last bastions of safety that humanity has. Well, it might actually be the last. That's actually quite hard to tell. I've already gotten to work and raised walls around all of the cities. Construction is easy when using nature resonance. It didn't even take me 5 minutes for each wall. They are all complete with watchtowers and everything. There is only one problem with that, is the fact that they are technically made out of dirt. They need to be patched up after every bout of heavy rain, and they aren't quite sturdy. Even when I compress the dirt to make it sturdier, it only lasts for a bit longer. That's why these walls are more like placeholders. I purposefully built them further away from the actual cities to leave enough space for the workers to build actual stone and concrete walls. Why exactly do we need walls? Reassurance really, I don't actually need it, but with fewer scout teams sent out and fewer hunters quelling the local beast population, we can expect some type of response. Mass migration of a few dangerous species would prove to be quite devastating to a scarcely defended city. Other than that, not much has happened. Cluck and Ginta have both already set sail. They should be safe enough. The ocean shouldn't pose much of a threat to them. They only took a few people to man the ship. A small crew of 6 people, just enough to sail properly. Their provisions are secure. They are to stop for a refill when reaching the rest of Lake Mobius. And, with their expedition back to Lake Mobius is somewhat planned out, I can stop and think about how the people I'm trying to contact will respond to my letters. I've written letters to all the groups I assume are still safe. People like Silva, Smokey Morel and even Kite. I need them to gather as many uninfected people as possible. I know that she's approaching the cities and that only means one thing really. Her training is over. A few weeks earlier than I had anticipated, but that's not really something I find horrible. If she completes her training early, then the colony gains another strong fighter that can help protect it when I'm away. That's right, I no longer plan on taking her with me everywhere. But I don't really plan on being away all that much. I only have so much time as of now. I need to prepare for whatever these gods want to throw at me. I do not doubt that protecting humanity would be difficult to do by myself. That's why I need more people though. Now that I think about it, when have I started caring so much for humanity? Maybe when I realized that my suffering didn't have anything to do with them. Regardless, I can clearly see that currently, I only have one enemy. Well, a group of enemies. Those self-proclaimed gods are what I should be concentrating on killing. Or I should at least find a way to seal them. The only thing I have to go on in this Shakti Nen is, after all, the life force of each individual human. Those that control it are Nen users. So, by extension, Shakti is likely the life force of one or more of these gods. Which would mean that this is also Nen, just taking it different from. It's a bit odd really, but it wouldn't really be able to coexist with Nen otherwise. It seems to repel and try to infect any organism that has Nen. But, the original infected, the ones that were infected through Zhonglei's guardian spirit beast, was able to have both Nen and Shakti. This is all a bit annoying to figure out. And I don't really have much time to ponder on these things. I need to wait for the arrival of the Zoltks. They will definitely be bringing Aluka with them. And I can ask Hai for that information. I didn't want to do it initially, but I don't have much of a choice at this point. I just hope we'll be able to lower the difficulty of her next request after it responds to my question. That's how this works. It makes a request of higher difficulty depending on the wish it granted before that. But, if that request is failed, the consequences may vary. I remember asking Silva about this while I was still in the Zoldyck compound. That somewhat solidified my decision to not ask Hai for information. I'll have to consult with Killua before doing so, to learn if reducing the difficulty of her requests is even feasible. If it is not, then I might have to refrain from asking any question to Ai. Still, the arrival of the Zoldyks, along with the rest of the survivors might take a while. There's also the problem of transportation. I might have to hand Noah's Ark to a Zodiac and teach them how to use it. Well, at least temporarily, I'm not actually willing to part with that relic. Currently, I am slowly flying toward the third city. I do wish to greet Peta properly. I hope she's been training hard. She's had more time to do so now, so I expect her to be much stronger than when I broke her mind at the palace. I reached the city rather quickly. Peta listened to me, so she was traveling on foot. She was still around 2 hours away. So that gave me time to explore around the city for a bit. It has grown quite a bit. The people we brought here are all qualified. After all, they already started building factories and other industrial infrastructure. It is quite nice to see this progress unfold before my eyes. Cheadle's work shows the way these cities are managed. She actually handles most of them herself. Unfortunately, morale is quite low as of late. I can see that the people aren't exactly happy with things. The main issue being the separation and the quarantine zone. Even though we have given them reassurance that everything would be fine, it seems in their nature to distrust their leaders. After all, everyone that came here is someone that tried to run away from their old life. People that had some dissatisfaction with their old lives. Well, they are obviously also qualified to do some things. Like engineers, electricians, builders, farmers even. Still, though, it's a bit annoying to rule a nation of distrustful and distrusting people. Now, what should I do while waiting for POV narration_? Ashton didn't do much while walking the streets of the third city. He just looked at how the people all went about their days. Well, at least that was his plan. But some people ended up recognizing him on the streets. Hey, isn't that one of the hunters that hung around the leader of the expedition? The civilians weren't quite pleased with the quarantine of the people that were said to be infected with the disease. Many rumors were circulating about this disease not even existing, which had led to some protests, and people even claimed the leaders of the expedition were using this pandemic to get rid of misbehaving citizens. Therefore, when someone remarked on Ashton's affiliation with the leaders of the expedition, the Zodiacs, they all gathered around him and looked at him weirdly. Ashton didn't really pay them any mind at first. He didn't find any of them to be of any threat to him. And he also could tell that none of them was infected. "You don't just ignore us," the one that had instigated all of it shouted as he looked at Ashton. The old scientist just sighed. He had met his fair share of unreasonable people in his life. And this man was sounding like one of those types. "What do you want exactly?" he asked as he looked the man in the eyes. "I want answers. We want answers. What's happening to the people you guys have taken away?" The man's way of speech seemed to somewhat rile up the others around Ashton. "Pretty sure those things were explained properly. They are to not come in contact with other healthy people until we find a way to combat the disease that has spurred up," Ashton spoke calmly. His apparent lack of care seemed to make the man angrier though, that and the fact that he refused to believe Ashton. "Don't give us that. It's all you and your people have been feeding us since all of this started. Where are our families? Where are they?" The man's anger would have been justified, had Ashton just not told him exactly what he wanted to know. "Stop being silly. They are kept in an undisclosed location, but it will actually become a new city after the danger that this pandemic poses disappears. Your loved ones need to be temporarily separated for your own good." Ashton's response was, once again, correct. But he had made a mistake. He forgot that he looked young to others. And he was currently speaking to a middle-aged man. It didn't matter what he said, his arguing with that man had made him look disrespectful. And the crowd didn't take kindly to that. They were already all hearing rumors of conspiracies, and they were all heavily against any type of rulership. "Hey, what's with that answer? I bet all of us will become infected after this, huh?" Another person in the crowd shouted, but the old scientist could see a few people nodding with him. Which further helped him validate his own beliefs. Ashton had almost rolled his eyes to the back of his head at that point. He rubbed the bridge of his nose for a bit as he looked at the people around him. This situation made him realize how important controlling the flow of information for the masses truly was. Cheadle and the rest were all preoccupied with other pressing matters, so this was left undone. And now people all came up with stupid conspiracies and built their own misguided beliefs. And humans rarely liked admitting that they were wrong in their ways. "You do realize that we don't gain anything from reducing our workforce, do you? I fail to see how any of your claims make sense." The man that had spoken up first was about to open his mouth and spout more misinformation for the others to feast on, but Ashton interrupted him before a word had even left his mouth. "Hunters are all strong. If we wanted to get rid of people, we wouldn't have to go in such roundabout ways. We'd just let the beasts overrun the cities and be done with it." Ashton's words did manage to put fear into the hearts of these people. He could see some of the people in the crowd backing off. It wasn't Ashton's intention to intimidate them into submission, he was just pointing out the obvious. The civilians were mostly helpless. The hunters, the Nen users, were the ones tasked with keeping them safe. And they all were needed to make their colony flourish. After Ashton said his piece, he just walked away from the group. No one even tried to stop him. Maybe they were intimidated, maybe they were thinking about what he had said. Regardless, rumors of this incident would spread. But Ashton wasn't about to let things go on like this, not after having this pleasant experience. He would immediately need to come up with a plan to control what information was being spread by the masses. But, for now, he had someone to greet. Pedo was just making her way out of the forest. Ashton could feel her getting closer and closer to the city walls. He flew his way towards them in order to greet her. It wasn't that he had missed her or anything. Yeah, he simply didn't have anything better to do. He flew and stood on top of the 10-meter-tall walls, looking down at her approaching figure. We smiled a bit at her appearance. Her hair was raised in all directions, her clothes were all torn and dirty, her body also had a noticeable scar on her stomach. It seemed that her fight with the land lizard hadn't been quite as uneventful as Ashton had thought it would be. But it seemed that the beast had still managed to somewhat injure Pedo. The reason that Ashton was pleased by her appearance was simple. She worked hard, huh? If Ashton was to compare her current strength with someone else, then he'd be able to confidently say that she had reached the same level that Meruem had when he had left to fight Netero. But that was only in the amount of Nen in her body. The strength of her physical body was still unknown to Ashton. He also didn't know how much she had progressed in training her Hatsu, so her actual strength was difficult to determine. Still, she was somewhere around that ballpark, and Ashton was pleased with the results of her training. All that was left was to greet her. _POV narration _ Ashton jumped down from the wall and slowly walked towards his approaching Chimera Ant student. The second Pedo noticed him, it was as if a light lit up in her eyes. A smile spread on her lips as her steps became faster and her strides became larger. Ashton also slowly walked towards her, a smile of his own appearing on his face as Pedo got closer. He could feel something swell in him, it was a familiar feeling to someone like him. Pride. But, at this time, he wasn't feeling it due to his own accomplishments. He felt pride when seeing what Pedo had accomplished. It was a strange feeling for him, even if it was so familiar. Pedo jumped at him and hugged him. Ashton, she shouted as she wrapped her hands around the old scientist's neck. She buried her head in his chest and continued rubbing her cheeks on him. Ashton just smiled with a bit of a ticked-off feeling. This shirt won't be easy to clean. He could clearly see that Pedo was covered in quite a bit of dirt. There were signs of her struggle, scars and scratches. Ashton just sighed a bit after a few seconds of her hugging him. Eventually, he also wrapped his hands around her back. To Pedo, Ashton had been by her side the entirety of her life. She considered him family and she had missed him dearly. For Ashton, his affection towards Pedo was a bit more difficult to explain. At first, he only saw her as a test subject with extra steps. Then, he started training her because he wanted someone to watch his back in the Dark Continent. But during that time, he grew to feel attached to Pedo. Even if his attachment to her was small in comparison to her admiration for him. Still, it was a feeling he grew to accept and Pedo became a person to him. No longer was she a test subject, replaceable and unimportant. She became so important that Ashton couldn't even bring himself to let her accompany him in the majority of the Dark Continent. He didn't even bother forcing her to learn how to use Nen anymore. To him, unknowingly, she became much more than just a tool. And, to her, Ashton was a warm and powerful figure. The only thing she had even closely resembling a family. But, there were also some other thoughts running through Ashton's mind. Things like she's only like this because I used my mind-breaking Hatsu on her. Or she would have never gotten attached to me without me manipulating her in the beginning. Those thoughts were what made him hesitate in hugging Pedo at first. It took him a few seconds to realize how useless these thoughts were. It didn't matter who Pedo was before, now, she was there, with him. And no one was forcing her to stay. She was not completely dependent on Ashton either, since she actually spent a lot of time in the forest, surviving on her own. Now, a bit over 2 months may not sound like much. But that was basically a quarter of her current lifespan. Ashton had sent her on this training for a few reasons. To get stronger, to learn how to survive. But the most important reason was to see if she was truly willingly going to return to him. "I'm glad to see you're back," Ashton said as the two of them both pulled back. Still, he patted her head for a bit while speaking to her. Pito's smile only got wider and wider as Ashton continued to pat her head. "I missed this feeling," she said with a contented sigh. This was something that she had gotten used to. The warmth of his palm on her head, ever since she was starting to redevelop her personality. Ashton had always been patting her head. At first, it was to build rapport and to make her see it as some sort of reward. Then, he actually started to like doing so. Now, he did it at every opportunity, for no other reason than because he liked to hear her purr. To see her smile. Quite a few things have happened in these parts. I'm sure you'll find quite a few of them interesting. Ashton stopped and turned around. Pito followed closely behind him as he walked back towards the city. "I think we should get you a new set of clothes first. You can also take a bath." He spoke as he walked at a steady pace. He didn't even bother asking about the land lizard. He didn't care for it. He knew for a fact if Pito came here, then that lizard was already dead. The two of them continued walking until they reached a house that had been assigned to Ashton in advance. He had prepared it for Pito's return. He even prepared a few sets of clothing for her. Pito proceeded to take a bath and change while Ashton contacted Cheadle about his earlier experience in the city. They talked a bit and agreed to solve the issue at a later date. Thankfully, since the exploration effort was toned down, now they had some manpower to spend in order to build an information system. Spreading rumors and helping the civilians reach a more positive mentality was how Ashton had phrased it. But Cheadle didn't need an explanation on why such a system was important. She had stood near enough politicians to know how to manage a group of people. The only reason such a system wasn't in place was because of their lacking manpower. There weren't even enough people patrolling the streets. They couldn't possibly build an organization in that environment. But none of that was important for Ashton right away. For now, the old hunter wanted to concentrate on Pito for a day or two. It was his way of taking some time off from his responsibilities. He also wanted to check on Mamas. It had been quite a while since he had a proper conversation with the princess. Kurapika was also a person that he wanted to see. He was quite sure that Kurapika had already accepted him as at least a friend. The old hunter wasn't sure if Kurapika had forgiven him yet. But he knew that forgiveness would come in due time. He had already shown the young clan survivor that he was repentant. Now, before the situation had a chance to worsen, he needed to spend as much time with the people he grew to care about. There was no knowing when the gods would strike. He needed to be vigilant. So, this was likely going to be the last time he would be able to take time off. _POV narration _ Ashton waited around until Pito was showered and dressed. He helped patch up some of her cuts, then the two of them started walking around and talking about the state of affairs on both sides. Ashton asked her about her experience, and Pito learned of the state that the cities were currently in. Ashton learned of what exactly Pito had been up to. Namely, how she was starving at first until she learned how to hunt for herself. Out of carelessness, she was even injured a few times against some other predators that resided in the continent. Animals that otherwise she would have been able to crush easily. In the end, her lack of experience was what caused the majority of injuries to her body. The largest one, though, was caused by none other than the land lizard, just like Ashton had expected. It had apparently managed to claw at her stomach on its dying breath. Apparently, Pito had managed to develop a few new powers for her Hatsu. Pito had become more proficient in her use of her personally developed Hatsu. The wizard book had been incomplete the last time Ashton had seen it. That coupled with Pito lacking skill and experience, it made the Hatsu seem quite limiting. Now, she seemed to be a lot more adaptable, at least from Ashton's point of view. Although he had yet to see it in action, he liked hearing Pito describe it to him. How, at first, she tried pleading with the book to give her better spells for other situations. She apparently did that for a while, all until she remembered the lecture Ashton gave her on loopholes. If she wanted a spell useful against a certain opponent, then she needed to know of that opponent's weakness. Therefore, If she wanted to use her Hatsu to its fullest, then she needed to exercise her judgment and analytic skills while in the middle of combat. Ashton was somewhat pleased to hear that she didn't have that hard a time against the land lizard, but that was exactly why she had ended up getting injured. After basically beating it into the ground the entire fight, she got careless and thought the entire thing would end well. The land lizard just lashed out at that moment and pierced her stomach with one of its fingers. The only reason she was fine was that Dr. Blythe could heal her perfectly right afterwards. Her scars would also disappear in due time. Ashton found her story to be quite interesting. He just sighed at her near-death experience. He knew that she was in danger at some point, he could feel it. But he decided against rushing to her aid. Why? Well, if he did so, then she'd never actually learned to survive on her own. There would always be that thought, even if I fail, Ashton will always come and help me. That thought would only serve to limit her future accomplishments. But, if she was to truly be close to death, he would have rushed to the scene of the battle anyway. The two of them strolled around the outskirts of the third city for a while. After that, they decided to fly towards the first city, to visit Mamas and the other princes. They flew at a decent speed, but they still spoke the entire way. They did have quite a lot to take about. Pedo didn't even know much about Shakti in the first place. But Ashton still instructed her on its dangers. One can imagine that Pedo didn't actually care about the human continent also being infected. She wasn't quite attached to anyone other than Ashton. The only other human she had gotten to know was Mamas. And that was just because Ashton had introduced her to the princess. Ashton and Pedo reached the compound that the princes lived in about an hour or two. It gave Ashton some time to think about things around the colony, besides talking to Pedo, that is. There were still plenty of issues to be addressed. Like how the princes still had no idea where Tupa had gone into hiding. She had yet to reappear, even after the situation was publicly announced to the colony. That was a move made by the princes to see if they could find their half-sister. Needless to say, it didn't work. And her whereabouts were still unknown to everyone. Her disappearance didn't really affect too many of the princes. Not all of them were close to their half-sister, but it was still sad for them to see their family so divided. Ashton greeted the guards and just walked in. He didn't really need to show a pass or anything. He was known by every servant of the princes. He reached Mamas's room quite quickly, only to find out that she wasn't even inside. Apparently, she was a few rooms over, in a specially constructed room to help the princes learn how to use Nen. Ashton just decided to walk in. He didn't think that there was any place that he would be restricted entry. But the look he got from the teacher of the princes was quite odd. "Who are you and why are you here? Can't you see I'm in the middle of teaching royalty?" The man was someone that had proper knowledge of the theory of Nen. He was mostly average in power, but he still regarded himself highly, like most Nen users tended to do. It certainly didn't help that Ashton's Nen was always perfectly concealed. Although, the teacher instantly shut his mouth when Pedo walked in. She wasn't quite as proficient at being low-key. She also found the human that had lashed out at Ashton to be annoying, so that certainly didn't help with her concentration. Even the princes were scared by the feeling of Pedo's Nen. Although she now had a different personality, her Nen had the same deadly feel to it. So, her appearance managed to shock the princes. They were people that had just learned Nen. So it was to be expected that they were startled by Pedo. Well, Fugetsu almost started crying, but that didn't really matter to Ashton. He just sighed and chopped Pedo's head. "Control your aura," he said as Pedo just winced and lowered her gaze for a bit. She used Zetsu to conceal herself properly. Ashton sighed a bit. "Apologies for my disciple. She's not quite experienced enough yet, she loses her temper easily," he said with a cordial smile while looking at the princes. He chose to ignore the teacher, who was still sweating from feeling Pedo's aura. "It's no trouble, it was just a bit surprising. I guess not all of us knew that powerful Nen users exude this much aura." Mamas was one to speak. The people that already knew Nen, namely, Camilla and Halkenberg, weren't as affected as the ones that had just recently learned of it. "By the way, how come we can't feel anything from you? You should be stronger, right?" The one asking this was none other than Kacho. She was just curious since Ashton was an enigmatic figure to the princes. Well, I instinctually use Zetsu at all times. I can even keep it up when using some Nen techniques, Ashton said with a smile. The princes already knew of the basic Nen techniques, so they were quite surprised to hear that. Zetsu would usually only work when the user didn't use Nen. How do you do that? If you don't mind me asking? The curious person that asked this question was Haukenberg. Since he was also an Nen user, he wanted to learn more about advanced techniques, as that was the next step for him. Of course, I don't mind. It took me a very long time to create this technique, and even longer to master it properly. Ashton didn't really mention the fact that it took him actual centuries to master. It was supposed to be a basic technique, but he had basically recreated it and modified it by himself. Something that not many would even think about, let alone attempt and succeed in doing. This technique was also the only reason he could so leisurely walk on the Dark Continent. Even with relics, it would have been hard to hide completely, traces of his Nen would have leaked, and he would have never been able to set up a camp and rest. How old are you anyway? We've seen you look a different age, remember? Oita was the one that asked this question. Not only the princes were present, but the queens were also trying to learn about Nen. Well, I was on the Dark Continent long before the first human expeditions happened. Ashton's words came as a shock to most of the people in that room. Not all of them knew the number of expeditions that humanity had done, but most of them realized that Ashton was a lot older than 300 years old, which was when the expeditions started being properly regulated. Only the 5 successful expeditions mattered though, they were the ones that interested Ashton, and they were the ones that gave birth to calamities, or that unearthed them. Mamas was quite befuddled when hearing about that. It wasn't completely unexpected to her, she knew that Ashton was older than everyone present. But she didn't realize there would be that big of a difference. Still, she decided not to let that demoralize her too much. Ashton still looked young, he didn't always act like a senior either. Although, her mother, Savanti, didn't really know what to make of the information. Comment. You guys should continue with your classes. The basics are important, even if you already know them. We'll talk more afterwards. Ashton then walked out, with Pito and two. He decided to give them some time to make sense of the information he had given them. _POV narration _ Even after Ashton left the room, the class didn't continue as usual. It was quite silent for a while. Most of the princes were contemplating what Ashton had told them. The teacher was still too scared to speak. The experience might have left him a bit traumatized. Haukenberg and Camilla were quite interested in Ashton's techniques, but the main subject in everyone's mind was his age. How exactly does a human get to live that long? They hadn't gotten to asking that question before Ashton had left the classroom. Mamas was one of the more confused people, although she wasn't exactly too bummed out about it. She actually found Ashton's honesty to be a good thing. She already knew that he was old, and it never bothered her in the past, so it had no reason to bother her now. That was quite shocking, said Kacho. She hadn't even realized that Ashton was old in the first place. She remembered him being middle-aged, maybe the same age as Savanti or Oita. She certainly wasn't expecting that to happen, but even Kacho wasn't as thoroughly confused as Fugetsu. Nen was still somewhat of a foreign concept to the royal family, at least to most of it, so they didn't know that most Nen users live longer lives. Although they had been told of it before. Must be tough for you, mamas, Camilla said while looking at her half-sister with a mischievous smile. After Camilla was spared, she didn't really see her siblings in the same light. She didn't consider them as hateful or as much of an eyesore with few expectations. Although she still very much hated most of the Kakan Empire and still wished to rule them into their graves. Well, not really. One should already know that Ashton is unpredictable, his age shouldn't come as a surprise to us. The one that responded ended up being Oita. Well, yes, but Mamas is the one in love with him, Camilla said while keeping her smile. Mamas just looked up at her with a red face. Don't bring it up now. Besides, it's not like he kept this a secret. It didn't seem to bother him, so it won't bother me, she said with determination. She did like Ashton, that much was obvious, even if she had yet to vocalize her love for him. Although, she now technically admitted to it in her response to Camilla. Which was, exactly what her blonde half-sister was aiming for. It took Mamas a few seconds of looking at Camilla's widening smile to realize what she had done. She was about to start denying things, mostly a reflex, but her mother, Savanti, decided to speak up on the matter. From what I've observed until now, Ashton doesn't seem like a bad person. But you need to think of this properly, Mamas. Don't jump into a relationship while blind. Savanti, in the end, decided to keep her neutrality. She didn't want to outright deny her daughter's love for Ashton. But she still wasn't exactly pleased with the idea. Ashton's real age only amplified that feeling. It was bad enough when she thought he was just middle-aged. But Ashton seemed to be older than even the first emperor of the Khakan Empire. Also, at this point, the teacher, who had somewhat recovered his bearings, felt too awkward to interrupt the conversation of the royal family. I'm not jumping into it blind. I've known him for a while now, I've spent enough time with him. Besides, I don't know if there is time for any relationship to happen. He seems to barely have any free time as of late, Mamas said with a pout. She wasn't exactly satisfied with the way things were progressing. She had expected to spend more time with Ashton after their reunion, but then all of these things happened all at once, leading to Ashton having to spend a lot of time in other cities. Not only that, Mamas couldn't even go and follow him around. She also needed to do her best to learn Nen if she wanted to be helpful to him in the future. Savanti, after hearing her daughter's response, just sighed and looked at the ceiling for a bit. She didn't even know how she could go about making Mamas reconsider. Were this a normal situation, she would have used the fact that Mamas was ultimately royalty. She couldn't just go and date anyone she wanted. But this wasn't even a normal situation. Ashton wasn't some commoner, he was a veteran hunter, one of the most influential people in Lake Mobius, and one of the leaders of the expedition. There was also the fact that Savanti didn't know if they were even royalty at that point. Was the Khakan Empire still around even? Had they all died? Even if they didn't, they had forgotten about them for sure. They would have had at least some attempt at communication. But it seemed that this expedition was the last bastion of humanity. At least at the moment. So, they were stranded in an unknown land. This was not mentioned to any of the citizens and workers that were part of the expedition. It was unknown if it was going to cause panic or not, but the leaders decided that it would be better not to talk about it for now. Well, Ashton is a busy man. He is basically the one planning out a way to deal with our current threat. We don't even know what will come. For now, we need to do our best to become stronger. Haukenberg was the one to bring everyone out of their thoughts. After catching the attention of his siblings and mother-in-laws, he motioned to the teacher to continue his lecture. The man that stood at the blackboard just sighed. He continued the lecture from where he had let off. And, while all of that was happening, Ashton and Peter decided to wait for Mamas in her room. There was no reason for them to leave since they had already arrived. So, Ashton spent some time alone with Peter. The two continued to speak for quite some time, all until Mamas finally finished her classes. The princess was quite pleasantly surprised to find Ashton and Peter in her room. Well, it was mostly because of Ashton, but she was still glad to have the opportunity to get to know Peter better. And so, the three of them spoke into the night, Ashton even giving Mamas some pointers about her use of Nen. The night ended when Mamas passed out while clinging to Ashton's arm, followed by Peter, who followed Mamas's example, using his other arm as a pillow. The old hunter also decided to drift off to sleep. _POV Ashton_. It's been quite a while since I've woken up like this. I didn't quite have the time to sleep with Mamas by my side lately. The last time was when I was guarding the door and she came to me. This time, I am the one that just entered her room. To my surprise, she didn't even ask anything about my age. I honestly didn't think that she would take that so nicely. I guess she was somewhat expecting me to be older, but it should be mentioned that human expeditions started many centuries ago. I've mostly ever mentioned the 5 successful expeditions, but there have been more than 150 attempts. The actual number is somewhat closer to 180 even. All those expeditions were failures though, where humanity didn't really gain anything. They only lost men and boats. Only the successful expeditions managed to spawn calamities. Why? That's a bit hard to say. I'd say that they were just unlucky enough to stumble into sites that these gods considered important. It's quite a strange phenomenon really. I also don't have any concrete evidence. But I don't really see any other reason besides that. I already know quite a bit about these gods to come to my own conclusions about them. I can pretty much tell that they have their own ways of observing the world. Their home seems to be the abyss, but they also seem to want to escape it. Currently, this Shakti is the life force and aura of one of these abyss beings. If my guess is right, then every script I've read is a complete lie, and the only thing completing the ritual would achieve would be to free these things. Coming to this conclusion wasn't really instant, and it wasn't easy for me. But it also makes the most sense. After all, the beasts sometimes seemed intelligent, meaning that the abyss beings can sometimes take control of them. And the calamities are likely extensions of their own beings. There's no reason as to why they would let anyone have this type of information, the existence of something that can fight them on equal standing. Why would they not destroy that information? So, they obviously wanted me to see and read those. It's a pretty pathetic attempt really. What exactly makes them think that I'd fear them enough to complete a bothersome ritual to seek the help of some being that might be of help? If my assumption is correct, then the ultimate objective should be to bring their real bodies to this world. I've not seen them myself, but that's because they keep hiding from me. I've no doubt that I would have seen them if I didn't freak out back then and consumed my own vitality. I only saw the eyes, but that much is more than enough. I woke up too early, but at least it gives me time to think about things. As I am right now, I am strong, but not strong enough. The problem here is that I don't exactly know what to do in order to get even stronger. I've somewhat reached the natural limitations of my body. There's no feasible way forward for me. Progress is almost non-existent no matter what I do. For now, things in the colonies and cities will become more stabilized, which will give me more free time. The only thing I can do for now is to start looking into some things that I had promised to. I still remember my deal with Kite, and I should start my research if I am to get any results by the time he arrives here. I'm not under the impression that he'd have much trouble with Shakti. He and his group aren't even humans, so they shouldn't be targets. Well, that might not be entirely true. I've seen animals get affected by this before. That's also the only way that this infectious aura managed to spread to Lake Mobius. I need to start looking into the samples I have. I'll soon start studying the Ant Queen's carcass and reproductive system. I'll also look into how Kite was created, as well as his relationship with the old Ant King. They are technically siblings. Now that I think about it, isn't Kite going to be unreasonably powerful now? Well, I guess the chances of him having the same devouring ability as the king are scarce. But even then, he was already a decent Nen user. Gaining a body that has basically limitless potential isn't something he'd let go to waste. I heard a small yawn to my side. It stirred me out of my thoughts as I looked at Mama's and smiled. The princess seems to be awake now. Pito is still sleeping though, likely due to exhaustion. It's been a while since she's had a comfortable bed after all. Morning, Mama said as she slowly rose from the bed and looked around the room. _POV narration_. Mamas woke up in a very good mood. She had been looking forward to spending more time with Ashton for a long time. Have you slept well? I believe it's been a while, hasn't it? Ashton smiled while speaking to her. His voice was low, but Pito definitely noticed it. The Chimera Ant decided to just roll on her side, letting go of Ashton in the process, and continue to sleep. Mamas looked at how close Pito was to Ashton with a pout. Something that the old hunter obviously noticed and decided to ignore. The young princess just sighed a bit and slapped her cheeks. "Yeah, I've slept well. What will you be doing now?" she asked while staring at Ashton. She hoped that he would remain and spend more time with her. But she already knew the truth. "I plan to spend one more day like this. Then I'll have to get back to work." His response made the princess feel quite saddened. "But, I believe it's about time we clarify things between us." But his next word startled her greatly. Even though it had been so long, even if they knew each other for a while, had slept together numerous times, this next step somehow still seemed abrupt to the princess. Well, not in a bad way, it just took her by surprise. Still, she turned red and smiled a bit. But there was still a lot of concern on her mind. What if he has someone else? What if he doesn't want someone so young? Those were both valid concerns, things that made her anxious about how Ashton would proceed forward with their relationship. What do you have in mind? She decided to let him take the first step. She was a bit too shy to say it first directly. Well, I believe my answer is quite obvious at this point. I wouldn't spend this much time with someone I don't care about. As long as my age isn't a problem to you, then I'd like us to officially become a couple. Ashton's words flowed smoothly, there was no embarrassment in them, he even left the choice with her. After all, how exactly would he go about being embarrassed in such situations? He was already experienced enough. Although, properly getting romantically attached to someone was still new to the old hunter. He had flings, he had courted ladies before, but he had not ever been committed to any relationship. This was the first one that he was willing to give a chance. I obviously don't have any issue with that. I mean, I don't mind. I also like you quite a lot. She, in the end, gathered her courage. She was not as shy after she had calmed down. After thinking a bit about it, this was just the obvious next step for them. It should have actually happened much earlier. But, with Ashton being so busy, it left things in the air for a long time, leaving space for some anxiety to set in for mamas, among other things. Then it's official. Let us seal the deal. Ashton leaned in closer, planting his lips on top of Mama's own. The princess was once again taken by surprise, much to Ashton's amusement. It was merely a peck on the lips, yet the princess turned squeamish and embarrassed quite quickly. At that moment, Ashton decided to forget about his worries, responsibilities and duties. For this one day, at the very least. This day will be quite fun, was the only thing on his mind. _POV Ashton_. It has already been 2 months since Mamas officially became my lover. And, in all honesty, not much has changed in our relationship. I guess we've always been pretty close, we are just a bit more affectionate now. We have yet to fully commit to the relationship, but that was merely due to the lacking time we have to spend with one another. Especially since many ongoing projects need to be administrated. Both of us are extremely busy. She also managed to learn a few basic Nen techniques. Although her talent isn't all that great, it is still sufficient to become a decent Nen user. On another note, I have already started looking into the reproductive system of the Ant Queen. I need to find ways to make myself stronger. I want to at least be powerful enough to stand against my teacher. As I am now, I can only repel him momentarily and postpone the inevitable. After all, if one day whatever holds the beasts inside the dark continent disappears, that would be the end of humanity. For good this time. I'm unsure if that will ever happen, but since the Abyss beings have already started moving, it's not far-fetched to believe that they'd want their strongest servants to also arrive and help them. I need to prepare the defenses of these cities accordingly. Underground bunkers have already started construction a month ago. I need to find a proper way to preserve humanity. There have been many things happening besides that. For one, the zodiacs that were sent with the messages have returned. They didn't get any response from anyone, but that was to be expected. Regardless, if they got the messages, then they were going to be coming towards the new continent. The journey wasn't quite as perilous as it was with the Black Whale. As long as they were going to use normal-sized ships, then they were going to be fine. Other than that, the order in the cities has been restored, as some of the patients were cured of Shakti and returned to their families. I checked them thoroughly and made sure that nothing would happen if they were to be released. Slowly, the infected population had started receding. That Nen exorcist is being a bit overworked, but I also help her from time to time, so the workload is never too much. For now, the quarantine camps have almost been emptied. And slowly, they started building the infrastructure for a fourth city inside the camp. The workers are obviously separated from the infected properly, and everyone that comes and goes is thoroughly inspected in special checkpoints. Things are going quite well. A bit too well if you ask me. _POV narration _ The Zoldyck compound, as well as the remainders of the Hunter Association that was holding up in the mansion with the Chimera ants all received Ashton's letters. They all decide to prepare for the journey after thinking of it for a bit. The hunters and Chimera ants didn't take much time for consideration, they were already preparing to move when they received that message. Around 600 Nen users had all started preparing to leave Lake Mobius. Most of the association had managed to survive the spread of Shakti. They were all licensed Nen users, and they were all quite powerful in their own right. There were also around 3,000 civilians with them, mainly the staff that had been working at the association. The group mostly kept to itself, as they didn't have space or resources to look for more survivors. Morel, Nav and Kite were leading the group. It wasn't hard for them to find transportation. Most people just entered Nav's space pocket and the rest took smaller ships. They actually managed to set sail only a week after they received the written message from Ashton. But, with their slow ships, they still had to slowly sail their way to the new continent. The Zoldyck's expedition, however, was bound to be much more difficult. Thankfully, they were all very capable. They had an entire city worth of people to move and provide resources for during the trip. In total, they had around 40,000 people. That number was too high to carry on a single cruise ship. Therefore, the Zoldyck family had to steal around 4 of them, as well as 2 large cargo ships. The cargo ships could accommodate a maximum of around 10,000 people, while the cruise ships capped at around 5,000. Not to say that resources were hard to gather and extremely scarce. Most of the people would go hungry for days during the expedition. They couldn't exactly carry enough food after all. So, the preparations for their departure took around 3 weeks. Just escorting the civilians to the ships took them a week, as well as repeated trips using personal and stolen blimps. They had done everything in record time, and they had successfully slipped by without much of an issue. The only thing that the Zoldycks found unnerving was the distinct lack of people on the streets. In Ashton's message, he specifically asked the Zoldycks to scout a few cities. They needed to know what exactly was happening on Lake Mobius. Maho himself handled the scouting of several cities while the servants and the rest of the family, including Gon and Killua, handled finding ships and escorting the civilians. Even with all of them busy, they still had order among the citizens, as the servants had taken their time to scarcely train a group of militia to guard the base camp. None of them was Nen users, but they were just tasked with patrolling around and keeping the peace. So there was no need for them to actually be powerful. In the end, Maho was unable to find any people in the cities, infected or otherwise. He discovered their tracks, countless people all going in a single direction. He followed it for a bit, only to find a seemingly bottomless pit. Looking down, he could see that it was filled with bodies. The old assassin remained unfazed by that sight. He simply retreated quickly and reported his findings to the rest of his family. The crater itself was not a new thing to Maha. It was the explosion in which the king of Chimera ants was said to have died. Now, it was the resting place of countless people. Maho theorized that there were many places like this in the world currently. Mass suicide zones. On the good side, their expedition was not met with any conflicts, although the logistics of it in itself were quite hard to handle. But, unfortunately, not everything was going to go as smoothly on the water as it did on land. _POV narration _ The ships of the Hunter Association were able to pass through the waters of the Dark Continent unimpeded. They were mere hours away from being in sight of the new continent. In retrospect, they should have reached the new continent already, but their navigational path kept getting cut off by storms and whirlpools. The sea was somewhat harder to predict the closer they got to the Dark Continent, and it somewhat slowed down their journey. Still, it was mostly smooth sailing. That could only happen due to a few factors. They had a relatively small group, and they had plenty of powerful Nen users to drive the sea beasts away from their ships. But the same couldn't be said about the Zoldyks. The only powerful Nen users on their ships were, well, the Zoldyks. And they had to split themselves in between a few ships. They had some other notably strong characters with them, but the Zoldyks were still the backbone of the expedition. They ended up being stretched quite thin, and they were constantly under attack. The setup was quite simple. Maha, Silva both handled the two largest ships. The rest of the family either worked in groups or alone. Killua and Killua both took care of a cruise ship, Illumi alongside a few servants took care of another. Miluki and Killua took care of another. And the last one was left in Zeno's hands. Zeno played a much larger role. However, since he could fly, he was tasked with driving beasts away from all of the ships at once. He was not alone in doing so, as he was joined by some other members of the family from time to time. For around 4 weeks, that strategy worked perfectly, and they were only around 2 weeks away from their destination. That was when things turned sour. The sea rumbled and broke into a violent storm. It forced Zeno to retreat to his ship. And so, the assault of the sea beasts started under the cover of the dark stormy sea. The first to attack was a monster with tentacles spanning the length of their entire fleet. It looked like it could easily crush their ships if it so much as brought down one of its limbs on them. But, it was driven away, as Zeno acted quickly and braved the storm to hit the beast with a dragon dive. Countless yellow lights rained down upon the tentacles of the beast. With each hit, it seemed to recoil in fear. The damage done to the thing was negligible at best, some bloody gashes and a few pierce wounds on its limbs. The size of the beast made the injuries look unimportant. But they still did their job in scaring it away. The expedition didn't even get to see the body of the beast before it was driven away. But the large beast wasn't the only thing that stood in their way. Countless small sea monsters had already started to bite into the ships. Maha had managed to completely cover the ship he was protecting in Nen, preventing the attacks on his side. Zeno also did the same as soon as he landed back on his ship, but things weren't as easy for Silva and the others. Zeno and Maha both had an abnormally large N, but the rest of the family members couldn't really say the same. Killua used his speed to its fullest to run circles around the ship and keep it protected. He even had to electrocute some of the beasts that had jumped and tried to drag people down into the sea. They all looked like sharks, in different colors and with different teeth sizes. Miluki was quite scared and didn't really do much to help. It was a bizarre experience to fight them. Silva was also in a similar situation to Killua. He had just taken a more violent approach, throwing explosive orbs in the water and blowing up a lot of the monsters, scaring them away from his ship. Killua and Killua were also doing their best to keep the beasts off. But there were still casualties. And some of the ships did receive damage and were lightly flooded. They all had to stop and start on repairs before the entire thing sunk. Even repairing the thing had cost them the lives of a few workers. But the journey continued. Attacks like that became more common. The Zoldyks also grew accustomed to them, to the point where they were always ready to act and efficient in their ways of driving the beasts away. But, not all was fine and dandy. The beasts kept attacking at random intervals, leading to a lack of rest for the Nen users protecting the ships. Resources were also running low. Unfortunately for them, they were still a week away from the new continent. They had to circle around many storms and stop to repair their ships many times. Now, they were left with only one choice: contacting the residents of the new continent and asking for support. They didn't have any carrier birds with them, and the birds would also not be able to fly for long without rest. So, They sent the written request for help with one of the pets that their family owned. The white dragon was fast enough to reach the new continent faster than them too. It was actually fast enough to reach it within 2 days. And so, it was sent to fly towards the continent, carrying a message written by Silva towards Ashton. And so, things have reached the present time. With the message being close to arriving at Ashton, and the Hunter Association expedition just gaining sight of the new continent. Ashton was simply looking at a special mechanism that he had created. He was preparing to take a break and go for a walk around the woods. He walked calmly, all until he heard the flapping of wings above him. Looking up, he could see a larger bird descending towards him, a small note attached to one of its claws. It was obviously one of Cluck's messengers. The note was simply written, but it was clearly meant to give the reader a sense of urgency. "Please come to the first city, urgently Cheadle." And so, Ashton started blasting his way in that direction. _POV narration _ Ashton managed to get to the first city in less than 20 minutes using an appropriate speed. Upon his arrival, he could see dozens of sail ships all beached on the shore and a makeshift tent in which people came in and out. The old hunter didn't need an explanation for what he was seeing. The tent was likely a checkpoint for the newcomers. They were the first of the new continent's new residents. Some could even call them immigrants from Lake Mobius. Ashton could also see a few familiar faces. Cheadle and Kurapika were speaking with Morel, Nav and the slightly more grown-up Kite. Ashton approached them with a smile on his face. He could also see a few more Zodiacs around, coordinating and catching up with some of their acquaintances from the Hunter Association. "Well, glad to see everyone has made it in one piece." Ashton's words came out smoothly and alerted the leaders of his presence. "Ashton. It's been quite a while." The one to greet him first was none other than Kite. He now looked like a teenager instead of a child. His tail was also a bit longer, so was his red hair. Ashton also noticed a few other things about him, like the fact that his power had progressed quite a lot. Ashton would even consider it on par with his strength before he had doubled his Nen reserves. Of course, he didn't take into account any artifact or relic. But even without them, Kite was now one of the strongest beings alive, at least in Ashton's eyes. "Indeed, I'm glad to see so many people got here safely." Morel also smiled when hearing Ashton. He hadn't even realized that he had missed the old hunter. He also noticed that he seemed a bit different in a few aspects. Like the fact that he seemed younger, and a lot more agreeable. "We were all quite happy when we received your message. Glad to see you still retain your youth." Morel's words seemed to be holding quite a bit of jealousy in them. He was, after all, an aging man. He was slowly aging past his prime, although he wasn't going to try looking for any ways to extend his lifespan. Living a long life wasn't all that attractive for Morel. "Of course I would. I did stay this way for a long time, I just came back to normal technically." Kite just acknowledged his words with a nod. Nav didn't seem to have much of a reaction either. "So, how come you called me for this, Cheadle?" Ashton's question was responded with a sigh. "Figured you'd want to meet the people since you were the one to write the messages," Cheadle said while handing Morel and Nav some reports about the cities. "I guess that makes sense. Say, how's Pedo doing?" Ashton's question just made Cheadle stare at him for a bit. "She's currently part of the scouting team. I did inform you of this, Ashton," she said while still staring at the old hunter. "Oh. I'm sorry, it must be my age, you see. I tend to forget these things." In truth, Ashton was just a bit panicky at the possible reactions that Kite could have when meeting Pedo. Kite thankfully didn't know of his killer's name, but he would certainly recognize her appearance. "By the way, did you guys also bring the Zoldyck family's dragon with you?" Ashton suddenly stopped and stared at the sky. "What? No. We had no contact with them," Kite said, but then he also looked up at the sky after a second. "Oh," he said while staring at the flying beast. Ashton immediately bent his knees and jumped towards the dragon, only using his explosions to fly towards it after reaching a safe distance from the temporary immigrant camp. He arrived in front of the dragon in a few seconds, even though the dragon was around 100 kilometers away. The dragon was startled when Ashton just appeared in front of it. But it calmed down after seeing who he was. Ashton was quick to notice the letter tied to one of the dragon's limbs. He grabbed it and read through it quickly. In it was given the location of the Zoldyck family fleet, as well as some basic information about their state. Suffice to say, it didn't give Ashton a positive vibe. Ashton flew back to the other leaders of the expedition and also informed them of what was happening. "So the Zoldicks are carrying that many people?" asked Morel while looking at Ashton in a confused manner. "So it would seem. I doubt they'd have many problems arriving here otherwise," Ashton said while slowly putting on some of his relics. "Are you already planning to go to their aid? Shouldn't you prepare a bit?" said Cheetah with concern as Ashton took out his gauntlets and put them on. "No need, the journey itself shouldn't take me more than 3 hours. I just hope they can survive that long," he said as he once again prepared to take off. "They'll probably be fine. I don't know about the civilians though," Nav said while also looking at the letter. "Regardless, that number of people is important for us. It would allow us to populate another city besides the 3 we already have," Cheetah said while looking at the dragon. Then she got an idea. "Hey, how about we follow you on the dragon?" she asked while Kite just shook his head. "I doubt it would keep up with him," he said while also studying the flying beast. "Anyway, enough with the time wasting. I've got some friends to visit. See you guys in a few days or something." Ashton took off just as these words left his mouth. He once again pushed his speed to its limits. After all, the pain was not a scary concept to the old hunter. He continued flying even after his legs were burned off. He only stored his relics and changed bodies after that one became useless. And so, he managed to make a 2-day-long journey for the dragon, into a 3-hour one. When he reached the point that was written, he quickly noticed quite a few wrong things. One of the cruise ships had already sunk, many of the people were in lifeboats. The rest of the ships also didn't seem to be in that great of a condition. Ashton acted quickly and activated Noah's Ark. The large ship towered over the sea like a tsunami. It instantly caught the attention of everyone present. Silva could only sigh in relief when he saw the large ship. Then, he saw all of the lifeboats be carried out of the water and above the large boat. The people were all dragged onto the ship. Ashton manipulated the winds and pulled everyone he could out of the water too. It was unknown to him for how long the situation had taken such a drastic turn, but he knew that he needed to ensure that all of the people managed to embark on the Ark promptly. Then, a large purple dragon made out of ore also started carrying people onto the Ark. Mahu also jumped towards the Ark. He immediately spotted the younger-looking Ashton. He raised an eyebrow at his appearance. "Well, you sure look healthy," he said while staring at the floating people being carried onto the Ark. "Obviously. I originally looked like this though, so there's no need to act surprised," Ashton said while still using his Hotsu Wind aspect to the fullest. "How did things go this badly?" Ashton asked as he looked at the wreckage that was previously the Zoldyck family fleet. It's a bit hard to say. Something large attacked us all of a sudden. Our Nen didn't manage to scare it off like it did the others. Zeno was also injured quite a bit." Mahu's words were laced with quite a bit of hatred. It wasn't directed at Ashton of course, it was more directed at the situation. "Well, they shouldn't be attacking this ship. At least I hope so. This is the first time I heard of a sea beast not scared by Nen," Ashton said as he brought the last people on the ship. After he was done, the other less damaged ships all came near the Ark and a ladder extended itself down on top of the ship nearest to it. The embarking process continued with the people carrying their baggage and climbing up the ladder and onto the Ark. Ashton looked at the water warily as he continued speaking to Maha. Eventually, Zeno and Silva also joined them. Things looked like they were done. But then Ashton heard a large rumble. Looking down, he could see a large shadow under the place where the Zoldyck fleet was supposed to be. "I guess it came back, huh?" Ashton thought to himself as he sat down on the railing of the Ark. _POV narration_. Yeah, I think I can see how this one would be an issue, Ashton said as he stared at the large shadow. It seemed to be twice as large as the ark. Maha and Xena both seemed to be prepared to jump down at it and start trying to fight it off. But Ashton just raised his hand and stopped the two of them with a smile. Fighting this thing on its turf would be quite difficult. We all go the second it rears its ugly head. The old hunter was already thinking of how to drive the large beast away from the civilians. He had quite a few things he could use against the beast, but most of his moves were highly destructive and dangerous. That wouldn't have been an issue if he was alone or just with his audiobooks. But there were still thousands of civilians that had yet to embark on Noah's Ark, so he couldn't really explode the sea monster out of the water. Such a move would create large waves that could sink the ships that were around the Ark. The Ark itself was far too large to be toppled down by any waves. Not even tsunamis. It was the type of ship that could cut right through a giant whirlpool with little effort and almost no resistance, not even shifting from the course. This thing is a bit too much though. The size difference is too much for the two of us, Mahu said while looking at the shadow warily. Zeno also nodded indeed. A full-power dragon dive only left it with a few scratches on the surface of its skin. The beast's form seemed to be more akin to that of a large shark than anything. At least that was what Ashton could discern from its shadow. Fighting this thing does seem a bit counterproductive. No one says that we have to face all problems head-on. You guys are assassins. After all, a good skill to have is running away. In the end, Ashton decided that running away was the only thing they could do if they didn't want all of the passengers to die. Even the ones on the Ark wouldn't be safe in a fight of such great proportions. But what about the ones still on the smaller ships? Barely half of the people we came with have managed to embark. At least the smaller beasts aren't even approaching this large vessel, Maha asked while looking down. The old assassin wasn't suddenly struck by a bolt of compassion, he simply didn't see the loss of over 15,000 people to be in their favor. After all, they couldn't really take the other ships with them too. They were all damaged, only moving because Ashton pushed them through the water. Escaping as they were now would leave the people that had yet to board to their deaths. And doing so was counterproductive. The Zoldyks already spent a lot of effort trying to get them all to the new continent. At this point, the sunk cost fallacy was also a factor in this. Not only that, the Zoldyks were a family with morals. They were all assassins, they lived by a code. Sure, not all the young members of the family respected the code, but the leaders of the group did. And that was really all that mattered. They were the leaders, and they cared about keeping their values intact. They had promised to keep the civilians safe, a job that they had assigned to themselves. Well, not entirely. There were many factors in their choice to create a human city and protect as many people as possible. For now, though, they needed to find a way to keep the group intact. It wasn't going to be an easy endeavor, as the monster was already slowly approaching the surface. We can't really let them die. I guess there's only one thing to do, but then I won't be of much help protecting the ship, Ashton said while looking down at the ships. The ladders were instantly pulled up, the people that were climbing were also pulled along with them. The ones on the ships were starting to panic, but they didn't have much time to do so, as Ashton jumped down in front of the last two ships. In his fall, he seemed to grab into the air. Space distorted as he pulled it down with his descent, he then flew to the side, still grabbing onto that fragment of space. In the end, Ashton ended up with a rift in space, spanning well over 300 meters in both height and width. Then, he quickly created a vacuum of air right in front of it, pulling in the last two ships that hadn't managed to embark on the Ark properly yet. There were many screams, but it only lasted for a minute, as the current was strong enough to pull everyone in quickly. After which, Ashton used his relic to quickly fly back onto the large relic boat. In doing so, he had exhausted a large amount of his aura. _POV Maha_. I always knew Ashton was resourceful. But this is a lot to fathom. I've seen this man do many things, to the point where you'd think I'd already know his means. at least have a basic grasp on them. But seeing the scene in front of me makes me reconsider my previous assessment of his strengths. How exactly did he make such a large ship appear out of nowhere? Where did he hide such a ludicrous and ridiculous amount of aura? It flared up completely when he created that strange rip in space. It gave me a domineering feeling. I was able to handle it well, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that some lesser Nen users were left traumatized by it. Thankfully, normal people can't sense any Nen, so they weren't able to notice anything wrong. Still, at least he still has a limit. I could see the sweat on his brow when he landed on the deck of this large ship. Still, we aren't safe even now. We still need to get away from this thing. And I doubt we'll be able to scare it away again. What's the plan now? Zeno asked Ashton as the young-looking man approached us. Well, now we can run away without leaving anyone behind. Ashton really doesn't like explaining things, huh? Not like we couldn't tell this was the course of action. The actual question is whether or not we can run away from this place. _POV Ashton_. So what's the plan now? We just go and hope to outrun it? Well, outswim it, but you get the point. Zeno asked while staring at the shadow of the sea monster that was slowly getting larger. Honestly, it's a bit of a dumb question on his part. I wouldn't have done a draining move like that if I wasn't sure that the Ark can protect me or outrun this sea creature. Well, first off, barriers up. My voice swept the entire ship, the people closest to me all covered their ears. It's a bit loud, sure, but it's the way this activates. Noah's Ark is not a simple relic. It may act as a boat, but much like the legend that I named it after, it was created to protect the beings held inside it from peril. At my shout, a large and extremely thick barrier was erected around the ship. It was completely see-through, but Nen users should be able to observe it. After which, the ship started moving, cutting through the wind as the barrier made sure that the people present didn't get thrown off the ship. I could notice the surprise in the faces of those old elders. I guess they weren't expecting this big a ship to move so quickly. I guess this can work. Silva also made his way towards the three of us as he looked down at the shadow of the sea beast that was slowly being left behind the ship. Obviously, this ship is the fastest thing that will ever touch the surface of this lake. There shouldn't be anything in these waters even aiming towards this ship. It's basically a deterrent for all of the monsters in this small lake, I said haughtily as I patted myself on the chest. I get that this ship is great. But calling Lake Mobius a small lake might be a bit much, Mahu said while coughing in his own palms. Well, this world is ridiculously large. To the point where this could actually be called a lake in the grand scheme of things. Most human expeditions on the rest of the world only walk a mere 100 kilometers into the land. So most of it is unexplored. Unexplored to the rest of humanity mostly. I do know quite a few nice spots further inland in the dark continent. Still, this is a large expanse of water to us. Calling it an ocean is a lot more appropriate. That's also true. Human civilization within Lake Mobius only knows of Lake Mobius. So they'd have no idea of how boundless the world actually is. There are places that literally no one in existence has ever been to. Places that my teacher spoke of with wonder. Well, I always thought they were just bedtime stories or something, but it's unlikely that he had lied to me. Yeah, I guess that also a large rumble of lightning and thunder interrupted my words. Looking at the water behind the Ark, I could see large waves forming as the water moved and flowed to reveal the massive figure that it had held hidden in its depths. It looked like any blue whale out there, at least in the rough shape of it. Its body was an ever-changing rainbow of colors. That creature. I never thought I'd see in my life. A large brooding figure of sizes comparable to my old teacher. Specifically, its length matches my teacher's height to some extent. Its presence brings unease and its movements cause storms that can ruin entire continents. Its eyes were larger than cities, its mouth large enough to swallow just about everything. The ancestral whale, said to be the very progenitor of the majority of mammal sea life. This is an extremely rare species. At least that's what the Compendium of the Wild Hunt told me. But What is a whale doing in a lake? The last time I checked the entry was quite a few years back, but it said that this species only lived in the darkest depths of the unexplored ocean. That's on a part of the dark continent that I've never been to. You're saying that this thing attacked you before? I asked the Zoldyx without breaking my gaze from the ancestral whale. It wasn't this one. Obviously, they would have died before I reached them if this thing rose from the depths earlier. Still, I never thought I'd hear Mahu stutter. I guess some sights can still shock and shake this old assassin. Yeah. If this thing follows us to the new continent, then we're all screwed. I could hear a few gulps from the senior Zoldyx beside me. Now that I'm paying more attention to my surroundings, I can also hear the panicked screams of everybody on the ark. I've kinda been tuning them out for a while since I don't want my brain to hemorrhage. Really, if civilians are useful for something, then it has to be the large-scale sound attacks that they use when they feel threatened. I think I'll start tuning them out again since I need to concentrate for a bit. The first issue. I don't know if the ark can outrun this. The three Zoldyx beside me all looked at me with surprise. I could also see a bit of fear creeping in. What happened to the hole? This ship is the fastest thing that will ever touch the surface of this lake. Mahu shouted with some irritation. Damn, I guess I now know where Zig got his SAS capabilities from. Don't diss me, old man. This thing shouldn't have been here. I don't know what the fuck is happening. But it doesn't bode well for humanity, I can tell you that much. All I received was a tired sigh from Maha. Silva and Zeno were still taking in the sight of the ancestral whale. Right now, it was already starting to swim towards us. Under normal circumstances, I'd be able to kill this. At least theoretically. Its strength should be similar to my teacher, but it lacks any type of fast regeneration. Overall, it's doable. But, not only am I in a somewhat of a weakened state, but I also have all of these civilians and even the Zoldyx to think about. Comment. I guess I'll have to end its pursuit in different ways.